The waiting, the worrying, the endless rehearsing of moments that never happened, all those invisible storms that rise in the mind long before life ever brings the rain. You've carried fears that were heavier in your thoughts than they ever were in the real world. You've lived whole disasters that only existed in imagination. You've cried tears over scenes that never came true. And you've felt pain created not by life, but by the stories your mind told about it. Not because you're weak, but because no one taught you how powerful the mind can be when it turns against itself. No one explained how imagination, when left unwatched, becomes a quiet enemy. How a single thought can grow teeth. How worry can feel like truth. How fear can dress itself as reality. But the Stoics knew. They understood that most suffering begins long before anything happens. That the mind builds cages out of what-ifs and maybes. That a person can be trapped without ever being touched. And that peace starts the moment you question the story instead of surrendering to it. This is what this lesson is for. To loosen the grip of imagined pain. To see your thoughts clearly without letting them rule your life. To return your power to the present moment, the only place anything is real. Tonight, you learn how to let go, not by running, not by resisting, but by seeing the mind for what it is, a storyteller, not a prophet. And once you understand that, the storms quiet, the fear softens, and you walk back into your life lighter than you felt in years. Sometimes, right after a truth settles into you, there is a quiet pause, the kind that feels like standing at the edge of something important, a moment when the heart says, yes. Keep going. A small doorway opens inside you, asking to be crossed. So carry that softness forward, because what comes next reveals one of the most hidden forces shaping your inner world, the suffering you feel long before anything has actually happened. There is a kind of pain that doesn't come from life itself. It comes from thought. From the stories that rise in the mind before reality ever has a chance to speak. The heart feels it as tension. The body feels it as fatigue. The mind treats it as preparation. But it is none of those things. It is fear disguised as caution. It is imagination pretending to be truth. This quiet weight grows in the spaces where uncertainty lives. You start picturing outcomes that have never occurred. You rehearse losses that haven't touched you. You grieve endings that only exist in your head. The world around you stays the same. Yet inside, a storm grows from shadows that don't belong to the present moment. This happens because the mind often acts like it knows the future. It rushes ahead to build a map of everything that could go wrong. It fills empty space with the worst possibilities. It convinces you that being ready for pain will protect you from it. But the strange part is this. The suffering created in those thoughts is usually heavier than anything life will actually bring. Stoic thinkers observed this long before modern psychology. They saw that most human pain begins before the event, not during it. People cry over fears that never come. They avoid opportunities because of dangers that never form. They tighten their bodies for blows that life never throws. And in doing so, they exhaust themselves with battles fought entirely in the mind. Hypothetical pain grows quietly. It grows when the mind exaggerates a worry until it becomes a crisis. It grows when you replay a stressful moment again and again, even though it hasn't happened. It grows when your mind tries to protect you by expecting disappointment early. This creates two kinds of suffering, one that exists only in thought, and one that may or may not ever appear in your real life. The mind is not warning you about the future, it is echoing your past. It uses old fears, past hurts, and familiar doubts to shape the story of tomorrow. This is why the fear feels so convincing. It is built from memories, not possibilities. Once you see this clearly, the grip of hypothetical pain begins to weaken. You stop taking every thought as a prophecy. You stop assuming that your fear is a vision. You begin noticing when your mind leaps ahead. You catch the moment a thought inflates into something larger than reality. You feel the shift when worry turns into prediction, and prediction turns into suffering. This awareness is not a small thing. It is the beginning of freedom. The Stoics taught that peace comes when you return your attention to the moment you're actually living, not the imagined future, not the recreated past, just the part of life that's real right now. When your focus stays here, the mind loses its habit of running ahead. The storms it creates lose their shape. The fear that once felt like truth becomes just a thought passing through. This does not mean ignoring real challenges. It means refusing to carry the weight of challenges that do not exist. Real pain has boundaries. Imagined pain has none. Real pain teaches. Imagined pain drains. Real pain comes with clarity. Imagined pain comes with confusion. When you stop feeding hypothetical pain, something inside you loosens. Decisions become cleaner because they're not guided by fear of what might happen. Relationships feel easier because you're not guessing someone's reaction before they speak. Your body relaxes because it no longer carries tension from problems that only lived in thought. You begin to understand that a mind preparing for disaster is not protecting you. It is tiring you. It is taking pieces of your peace and scattering them into days you haven't reached. And as those pieces return to you, you feel lighter, more grounded, more present. This is the first step toward letting go. Not by force, not through denial, but by seeing clearly. When you recognize that so much of your suffering was created in your head, you start returning your energy to the only place where life actually happens, here. And in that quiet shift, the mind begins to rest. There's a moment, after seeing how the mind builds suffering out of thin air, when something inside you shifts. A soft recognition forms. If thoughts can create storms that never existed, what else have they been quietly shaping without your awareness? That question alone opens the door to a deeper pattern, one that hides even better, one that slips under your radar, one that drains your peace without ever announcing itself. A pattern so small you barely notice it, yet strong enough to shape your entire emotional world. It's the quiet habit of turning tiny concerns into heavy worries, the mental snowflake that rolls until it becomes a boulder, the subtle tightening of the mind that whispers, "What if this small thing means something worse?" This is micro-catastrophizing, and it destroys peace in ways most people never recognize. This habit begins in ordinary moments. A delayed message, a change in someone's tone, a small mistake at work, a minor ache in the body. None of these moments carry real danger, yet the mind treats them as threats. Instead of staying with what is small, the mind leaps toward what is frightening. A late reply becomes rejection. A headache becomes illness. A simple misunderstanding becomes the beginning of the end. Each thought grows quicker than you can slow it down. Micro-catastrophizing doesn't shout. It whispers. It slides into your logic so smoothly that you don't notice where fear took over. You start reacting to the worst version of events, even when life has given you no reason to go there. This habit is subtle because it often feels like being careful. You tell yourself you're just preparing. You tell yourself you're being realistic. But the truth is that the body reacts to these thoughts as if they are real. Heart rate rises, breath shortens, muscles tighten. The nervous system believes the danger, even if it came from a thought no bigger than a grain of sand. The mind adopts this pattern for one reason. It hates uncertainty. When something feels unclear, the mind tries to fill the gap quickly. But instead of choosing a calm explanation, it often chooses the darkest one. Not because the dark one is true, but because it feels more urgent. The mind thinks that expecting trouble will help you survive it. But this survival instinct turns every small moment into a potential threat, keeping you on edge without any real cause. This habit reshapes daily life. You walk through the world always bracing for impact. You read too deeply into things that don't matter. You take innocent moments personally. You lose sleep over thoughts that only lasted seconds. You carry tension in your shoulders because your mind is always running ahead of reality, predicting harm that never comes. Micro-catastrophizing also affects relationships. A slight silence becomes emotional distance. A partner's tired mood becomes a sign of losing interest. A friend's short message becomes proof of fading connection. The mind creates stories that damage the heart long before any actual conversation happens. This kind of thinking leads to emotional exhaustion because you're constantly managing problems that only exist in your head. The Stoics addressed this kind of suffering with a simple truth. Most distress is caused not by events, but by interpretations. They taught that your first reaction is often instinct, but your second reaction is choice. The moment you catch the mind turning small things into big ones, you create space to respond differently. You begin to ask a different question. What is actually happening right now? This question is powerful because it forces you to separate facts from fear. There are ways to break this habit, and they do not require force, only awareness. The first step is noticing the speed of your thoughts. Micro-catastrophizing happens quickly, almost automatically. When you notice your mind jumping from a small concern to a dramatic conclusion, pause. The pause interrupts the cycle. It doesn't solve the worry immediately, but it stops the thought from turning into a belief. Another step is grounding yourself in what is present. The body lives in the real world. The mind lives in possibilities. When your mind leaps into disaster, bring your attention back to the senses. The feeling of your feet on the floor, the sound of your breath, the temperature of the air. These simple anchors remind the mind that the present moment contains no threat. The next step is questioning the catastrophic thought gently, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Ask, is this the only explanation? Is there a calmer possibility? Has this fear been wrong before? These questions remind the mind that it does not hold the full truth, it only holds one version of it. With practice, you begin to see that small moments are just small moments. A delayed message is just a delayed message. A tired look from a loved one is just tiredness. A minor ache is just the body speaking, not warning. You learn to stop adding layers of fear to simple experiences. You learn to respond to life instead of reacting to thoughts. As this habit weakens, your inner world changes. You sleep more peacefully because your mind is not rehearsing tragedies at night. You trust people more because you're no longer interpreting every shift as danger. You breathe easier because your nervous system is no longer trapped in false alarms. You experience moments as they are, not as threats, not as predictions, not as warnings. This is how peace returns. not through perfection, not through control, but through clarity. When you stop turning small concerns into large fears, the mind softens, the heart settles, life becomes lighter, safer, and more honest. You walk through your days with a steadier spirit, because your inner world is no longer ruled by exaggerated stories. And this quiet freedom becomes the foundation for everything that comes next. There's a certain stillness that settles in after recognizing how the mind quietly turns small worries into heavy stories. Once that understanding takes root, a deeper question rises inside you, almost like a whisper forming at the edge of awareness. If my thoughts can create tension out of tiny moments, what else have they been creating without me noticing? That question leads into one of the most subtle forms of self-inflicted suffering, the emotional weight we place on days we haven't lived. It's not loud, it doesn't arrive suddenly, it slowly drifts into the mind until you start feeling things that belong to a future that hasn't happened at all. This is emotional projection, when the body reacts as if tomorrow's pain is already here. It begins quietly. A shift in your breathing, a tightening somewhere in your chest, a heaviness that doesn't match anything happening around you. You start stepping into situations that don't exist. You feel disappointment from outcomes that haven't unfolded. You carry rejection from conversations nobody has had with you. You mourn losses that life hasn't delivered. It's like your emotions are living in a world that hasn't arrived, while your body pays the price today. The mind does this because it believes it's helping you. It insists that feeling the pain early will lessen the impact later, that if you prepare emotionally, you won't break when life becomes difficult. But the truth is that emotional projection doesn't protect you. It drains you. It makes you suffer twice. You feel the imaginary version now, and if the event ever comes, you feel the real version later. If it never comes, the suffering had no purpose at all. This habit grows because uncertainty makes the mind uncomfortable. When the future feels unclear, the mind tries to fill in the blanks. But instead of offering calm possibilities, it tends to choose the most threatening ones. And it doesn't just show you the threat, it makes you feel it. The emotion settles into your body as if the danger were already unfolding. This pattern shapes your decisions in ways you don't always see. You might avoid opportunities because you already feel the fear of failing. You might distance yourself from people because you've already experienced the pain of being let down. You might stop trying because you already carry the weight of imagined disappointment. Without realizing it, you're reacting to a future that only exists in your mind. The Stoics understood the power of emotional projection. They noticed that people don't just think ahead, they suffer ahead. They cry for moments that never come. They feel fear for dangers that never appear. They lose peace because they emotionally step out of the present and into a future filled with imagined pain. To break this pattern, the first step is recognizing when your emotions don't match your surroundings, when your heart is racing but nothing around you is urgent, when your body feels heavy but nothing has happened. That mismatch is the signal. It means the emotion came from a story, not from reality. Once you recognize the shift, pause. The pause interrupts the automatic leap forward. In that small space, you can question what the mind is presenting, not to judge yourself, but to understand what's happening. Ask yourself gently, is this feeling tied to something real, or something I'm predicting? This single question begins untangling emotional projection. It forces the mind to distinguish between what is happening and what is imagined. Grounding your attention also helps break the habit. Emotional projection pulls you out of your body and into your thoughts. To return, bring awareness back to your senses. Notice the air on your skin, the weight of your hands, the sounds in the room, the rhythm of your breathing. These physical anchors remind the mind that the present moment is safe, something the future cannot promise. Another part of releasing this pattern is understanding that emotions are not warnings. Feeling fear doesn't mean danger is approaching. Feeling unease doesn't mean something is wrong. Emotions reflect what you're thinking, not what the world is doing. When this separation becomes clear, emotional projection loses its power. You may also find it helpful to give the mind alternative possibilities. When it creates a frightening story, offer a calmer one, or a neutral one. This isn't pretending life is perfect. It's reminding the mind that it doesn't know the future. It's teaching yourself that emotional predictions aren't facts. When you practice this enough, something begins to shift. You stop reacting to things that haven't happened. You stop carrying emotional pain for moments that don't exist. Your body relaxes more often because it's no longer preparing for imaginary catastrophes. You feel lighter because you're not living two timelines at once, the real one and the mental one. You also become more present with others. Conversations feel clearer because you're not pre-living arguments or disappointments. Decisions feel calmer because you aren't responding to fear shaped by the mind. Everyday moments feel richer because your attention stays where life actually is. Without emotional projection pulling you into the future, today becomes easier to carry. The mind settles, the heart softens. And for the first time in a long time, your emotions belong to the moment you're actually living, not to a future that hasn't spoken yet. There's a softness that settles in once you start seeing how often your emotions get pulled into the future. A kind of quiet awareness forms, like noticing a pattern in the way your mind moves. You begin to sense how easily thoughts drift from what is real into what is predicted. And in that awareness, another truth comes forward, a truth many people never recognize. The mind loves to act like it can see the future. Not in a mystical way, but in a fearful one. It behaves like a false prophet, warning you, convincing you, and persuading you to believe that danger is coming even when the world around you is calm. It offers you visions of failure, rejection, loss, embarrassment, disaster. And the dangerous part is that these predictions feel logical. They feel familiar. They feel like protection. But they are nothing more than untested stories dressed as certainty. This tendency comes from the mind's deep desire to stay in control. It wants to know what comes next because not knowing feels unsafe. So it fills the unknown with worst-case versions of events. It believes that predicting doom will keep you from being blindsided. It believes that expecting harm will soften the blow if something goes wrong. But this behavior keeps you stuck in a cycle of fear, not safety. The mind behaves this way because it has been trained by experience. Every past hurt becomes a blueprint. Every disappointment becomes a warning. Every fear becomes a possibility to watch for. So the mind uses history to predict the future, even when the future has nothing to do with your past. This false prophecy shows up in daily life more often than you think. You may hesitate to speak because the mind says you'll be misunderstood. You may avoid opportunities because the mind says you'll fail. You may hold back your heart because the mind says people won't value you. You may stay small because the mind says something bad will happen if you step forward. None of these predictions are facts. They are memories disguised as foresight. The Stoics understood this pattern thousands of years ago. They observed how the mind tends to assume danger before it appears. They saw how this habit robs life of joy, clarity, and courage. They taught that true wisdom is learning to see thoughts as what they are, not warnings from the future, but flashes of fear from the mind. One of their key teachings was to separate impressions from truth. An impression is a mental picture, a prediction, a fear, an assumption. Truth is what exists in the present moment. The challenge is that impressions often feel like truth because they come with strong emotion. But emotion doesn't reveal the future. It reveals the story your mind is telling. A powerful Stoic strategy for dealing with this is questioning the prophecy. When the mind predicts doom, pause and ask, what evidence is there for this? Most of the time, there is none. The mind is not using logic. It's using fear. This question gently breaks the illusion of certainty. Another method is examining the source of the prediction. Ask yourself, is this coming from my present self or from an old wound? You'll often find that the prediction comes from something you've lived before. A painful memory, an unresolved fear, a moment you never fully healed from. The mind isn't looking ahead. It's repeating what it already knows. Once you see this, the prediction loses strength because you recognize it as the past trying to speak for the future. A third strategy is bringing attention back to what is actually happening. Doom-filled predictions usually pull you out of reality and into imagination. Returning to the present, your breath, your surroundings, the actual facts of the moment, helps weaken the emotional charge of the prediction. The present moment gives you clarity. Imagination gives you fear. When you come back to your senses, the story in your head becomes easier to see through. The Stoics also encouraged people to test their predictions with a simple thought. If the worst did happen, would it truly break me? Most people find the answer is no. The fear is big, but the reality wouldn't be as devastating as the mind portrays. This perspective softens the grip of imagined disaster. It doesn't remove fear, but it shrinks it to a manageable size. Over time, these practices create distance between you and the mind's predictions. You start noticing patterns. You see when fear is speaking instead of truth. You recognize when a thought is trying to control you rather than inform you. You become less reactive because you stop believing every warning the mind creates. As this awareness grows, the mind loses its authority as a false prophet. You no longer treat every prediction as fate. You stop assuming that fear means something bad is coming. You stop letting imagined outcomes dictate your choices. Depth replaces panic. Presence replaces anxiety. Calm replaces reaction. Life becomes clearer when you stop living under the shadow of imagined doom. You walk through your days responding to what is real, not what is feared. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying the emotional weight of a future that hasn't arrived. And for the first time in a long time, the mind stops predicting disaster and starts learning to trust the moment you're actually living. There's a quiet understanding that settles in once you stop giving power to the mind's false predictions. When you finally see that those inner warnings were never prophecies, only echoes of old fears, something inside loosens. But as that space opens, another layer becomes visible, one that doesn't scream, doesn't overwhelm, but slowly wears you down in ways you rarely notice. It's the soft, constant resistance the mind creates toward ordinary life. Not fear of the future, not anxiety over the unknown, just the subtle pushback against what is. A friction that isn't loud enough to alarm you, but strong enough to drain you. These invisible frictions show up in the smallest moments. You wake up already feeling behind. You feel tension before starting something simple. You hesitate over tasks that require no effort. You resist conversations that would take only minutes. Nothing is actually wrong, yet everything feels slightly heavier than it needs to be. This resistance isn't about events themselves. It's about the mind's reaction to them. A task that would take 5 minutes becomes a burden because the mind stiffens against it. A conversation that could flow naturally feels complicated because the mind tenses. An errand, a responsibility, a decision, all grow heavier because the mind pushes against them like a body walking upstream. Invisible friction happens when the mind believes effort equals danger, when it assumes discomfort means something is wrong, when it confuses inconvenience with threat. This happens because the mind remembers past moments of overwhelm, and to avoid repeating them, it creates resistance ahead of time, even when no real challenge exists. This resistance shows up in many forms. Sometimes it's procrastination, not because the task is difficult, but because the mind treats it as something to avoid. Sometimes it's emotional heaviness before facing everyday situations. Sometimes it's that quiet strain you feel when thinking about responsibilities you've handled 100 times before. The friction builds inside before anything even happens. The painful part is that this resistance creates more suffering than the event itself. Thinking about doing something is harder than doing it. Dreading a conversation is worse than having it. Resisting an emotion is more painful than feeling it. The mind's tension becomes the real burden, not the external moment. The Stoics taught that most suffering comes not from life, but from the judgment layered on top of life. A task is a task. A mind that resists it turns it into a struggle. A moment is simple. The mind's friction makes it complicated. Even physical pain becomes sharper when combined with mental resistance. The body feels one layer, the mind adds 10 more. Invisible friction also drains your energy. You may finish a day without doing much, yet feel exhausted. That exhaustion isn't from effort. It's from the mental resistance wrapped around every action. When the mind pushes against life, it burns energy constantly, even during stillness. And this resistance affects self-esteem. You may start believing you're lazy or unmotivated, when the real issue isn't ability, it's the mental heaviness you're fighting. You might think you lack discipline, when in truth, you're wrestling invisible burdens no one taught you to recognize. This misunderstanding creates shame, which only intensifies the resistance. The first step to dissolving invisible friction is noticing when the mind tightens. Notice the slight drop in mood when you face a task. Notice the internal no that rises before starting something. Notice how your breath changes when you feel obligated to act. These moments reveal where the friction lives. Once you notice it, soften your approach. Don't force yourself through the resistance, relax around it. When the mind tenses, bring awareness to the body. Let your shoulders lower. Unclench your jaw. Slow your breathing. This physical shift signals to the mind that the moment isn't dangerous. Another powerful method is reducing the story around the task. Instead of thinking, "I have so much to do," focus on just the first step. The mind often resists the idea of the entire process, not the small action in front of you. When you narrow your attention to what's immediately doable, the friction decreases. The mind's resistance thrives on overwhelm. It weakens with simplicity. It also helps to change your inner language. Instead of saying, "I need to," or "I should," try, "I choose to." This tiny shift turns obligation into intention. The mind resists commands but cooperates with choice. You'll notice the internal pressure lighten because autonomy naturally reduces friction. Another practice is releasing the expectation that everything must feel easy. When you accept that some tasks simply require effort, the resistance weakens. It's the belief that things should always feel comfortable that creates the tension, not the tasks themselves. Invisible frictions also fade when you allow emotions without fighting them. If you feel tired, acknowledge it. If you feel hesitant, notice it. When you stop resisting your inner state, your outer actions become smoother. Emotional acceptance dissolves mental tightness. As you practice these shifts, life starts feeling less heavy. Tasks become simpler because the mind stops turning them into threats. Conversations feel lighter because your inner world isn't resisting them. You begin moving through your days with less tension and more clarity. This doesn't mean life becomes effortless. It means your inner resistance no longer adds unnecessary suffering. You start to experience reality as it is, not as the mind complicates it. And with that shift, the energy you once spent battling invisible friction becomes energy you can finally use to live. There's a noticeable lightness that enters your inner world when you begin releasing the subtle resistance that once made ordinary tasks feel heavier than they were. But once that weight softens, another pattern becomes clear, one that often hides beneath tension, fear, and hesitation. A pattern that stretches small concerns into overwhelming emotions until the original issue becomes lost under layers of thought. This is the mind's tendency to inflate feelings through overthinking. Not curiosity, not reflection, but rumination. The looping of thoughts that expands a minor worry into something far larger than reality ever intended. Overthinking begins quietly. A small concern passes through your mind, harmless at first, but instead of letting it drift away, the mind catches it. It examines it. It questions it. It turns it around, looking for danger. It replays it, repeats it, adds details, removes details, imagines outcomes, builds narratives. Soon, the original concern is buried under an oversized emotional response. Rumination is emotional inflation, a mental process that pumps air into a worry until it grows beyond recognition. You may start with a simple question: did I say something wrong? But after looping it in your mind 50 times, it becomes, they probably think less of me now. This might affect the whole relationship. I always do this. Nothing in the real world changed. But your emotional experience did, dramatically. This is how the mind magnifies non-threats. It scans for meaning. It searches for hidden dangers. It tries to solve things that don't need solving. It takes a small, neutral moment and interprets it through fear, insecurity, and past experiences. The mind believes it's helping. It thinks repetition will lead to clarity. It thinks revisiting a thought will bring control. But overthinking rarely leads to solutions. It leads to exhaustion. It stretches emotions until they no longer match reality. A neutral moment becomes emotional turmoil. A simple feeling becomes a storm. Rumination also distorts memory. The more you replay something, the more the details shift. Tone becomes sharper, expressions become colder, events become heavier. You react not to what happened, but to the version your mind has reshaped. The emotional weight grows, even while the real moment stays small. This habit affects every part of life. A small health concern becomes a spiral of fear. A tiny mistake becomes a story of personal failure. A slight change in someone's behavior becomes a sign of rejection. A quiet moment becomes a breeding ground for self-doubt. None of these responses reflect reality. They reflect the magnified, ruminated version your mind created. The Stoics warned about this pattern. They believed that the mind, when left untrained, doesn't simply reflect reality. It distorts it. They taught that thinking beyond what is necessary is a form of self-sabotage. Overthinking turns thoughts into burdens. It replaces clarity with confusion. It replaces presence with fear. To understand how rumination creates emotional inflation, you must look at what happens during the loop. Each time the mind revisits a thought, it adds emotion. The repetition strengthens the fear. The worry becomes familiar, then convincing, then overwhelming. The thought becomes heavy because you carried it repeatedly, not because it was heavy to begin with. Breaking this habit starts with recognizing when a thought is looping. You notice the pattern when the same question comes back again and again without new insight. You notice the feeling of mental spinning when you're not moving toward a solution, only sinking deeper into emotion. You notice the tightness in your chest, the quickening of your thoughts, the way the mind circles the same idea like a wheel stuck in mud. Awareness interrupts the cycle. Once you see the loop, you can take the next step, shifting attention out of analysis and into observation. Instead of asking more questions, you acknowledge the thought as a thought. You say to yourself, "My mind is ruminating." This simple shift separates you from the loop. The thought loses its authority. The emotion stops inflating. Another effective approach is grounding the mind in what's actually happening. Overthinking pulls you into a mental world where possibilities replace facts. Returning to your senses, your breath, your surroundings, the physical sensations in your body, anchors you back into the present moment. Rumination cannot survive long in the present because the present offers no fuel for imaginary scenarios. A third method is setting mental boundaries. Give your mind permission to think about a situation for a small amount of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then stop. When the loop tries to restart, gently redirect it, not through force, but through consistency. Mental boundaries teach the mind that it does not need to cling to every thought. It also helps to question the usefulness of the thought. Ask, "Is this helping me, or is it hurting me?" Most ruminated thoughts have no purpose. They don't guide, they don't solve, they only magnify. Recognizing their lack of utility weakens the emotional grip they hold. Over time, these practices shrink the inflated emotions. The worry returns to its original size. The fear softens. The mind stops creating storms from single drops of concern. You start responding to life based on what is real rather than what is emotionally magnified. The world becomes quieter inside you, not because everything becomes perfect, but because your thoughts stop stretching simple moments into overwhelming ones. The mind learns to let things pass instead of holding them tightly. You feel lighter, not from avoiding life, but from no longer carrying unnecessary emotional weight. And as this clarity grows, you begin to trust yourself more deeply. You see that not every thought deserves attention. Not every feeling needs expansion. Not every moment requires analysis. Some things are simply small, and they stay small when the mind stops inflating them. There's a quiet relief that enters the mind once you stop inflating small worries into overwhelming emotions. When you begin seeing thoughts for what they are, passing reactions, not truth, something softens inside you. But right beneath that softening lies another pattern, one that silently shapes how you move through life. A pattern that convinces you that peace only exists in a world where everything unfolds exactly as you expect. This is the myth of perfect outcomes, the belief that life will only feel safe, manageable, or meaningful if certainty is guaranteed. A belief that slips into your thinking without permission, then quietly steals your peace each day. This illusion begins early. You grow up learning that mistakes bring consequences, that unpredictability brings discomfort, that not knowing creates fear. Slowly, you develop the instinct to plan, control, predict, and secure every possible outcome. The mind starts demanding clarity before it can relax. It insists on knowing the ending before taking the first step. But life does not obey the rules of certainty, and the mind, unable to accept that, creates imaginary suffering in the space between what is and what it believes should be. When the mind demands perfect outcomes, even simple choices become emotionally loaded. The fear of being wrong grows larger than the excitement of trying. The need to guarantee success becomes stronger than the desire to grow. Decisions that used to feel natural now feel like high-stakes gambles. You hesitate, overthink, delay, or avoid acting altogether, not because the path is dangerous, but because uncertainty feels unbearable. This demand for certainty magnifies internal pressure. You hold yourself to unrealistic standards, expecting flawless execution even in situations where learning is part of the process. You treat mistakes as personal weaknesses and unpredictable outcomes as failures in judgment. The mind tells a story that life must unfold perfectly or not at all, and under that belief, joy becomes conditional, peace becomes fragile, progress becomes frightening. Stoic philosophy offers a clearer view. The Stoics taught that certainty is not a requirement for peace, it is an illusion that destroys it. They believed that suffering often comes from our expectations, not from events themselves. When you insist that things must go a certain way, you become vulnerable to every deviation. A minor delay feels like disaster. A small flaw feels like shame. A simple setback feels like catastrophe. This is imaginary suffering, the pain you feel not because life hurt you, but because life didn't match the picture you created in your mind. We all do this in different ways. You replay conversations trying to perfect what you should have said. You plan every step of your future so the unknown feels less frightening. You judge yourself harshly for not doing enough, not being enough, not knowing enough. You put pressure on relationships to meet expectations they were never meant to carry. You measure your progress against an impossible standard of flawlessness. The mind clings to perfect outcomes because it believes uncertainty equals danger. But uncertainty is life's natural state. Everything meaningful, love, growth, new beginnings, change, requires stepping into the unknown. When you demand perfect outcomes, you close the door on everything that makes life rich. The suffering caused by this belief is subtle. It shows up in hesitation, in self-doubt, in tension that grows before making decisions. It appears in the way you replay mistakes in your mind, punishing yourself for not being perfect. It shows up in disappointment when life unfolds differently than expected. It shows up in the exhaustion of trying to control things that were never yours to control. To release this imaginary suffering, you begin by questioning the belief itself. Ask, do I truly need certainty to act? Or is the need for perfection the only thing stopping me? When you examine this honestly, you often find that action is possible long before certainty appears. Another step is accepting that mistakes and unpredictability are not signs of weakness. They are signs that you are alive. They show that you are participating in the world, learning, growing, attempting, evolving. When you embrace this truth, the pressure softens. You stop interpreting unexpected outcomes as personal failures. You begin seeing them as natural variations of life. It also helps to shift your focus from outcomes to actions. Instead of asking, "Will this turn out perfectly?" ask, "What is the next step I can take?" When you take responsibility for actions rather than outcomes, you can move forward without needing complete clarity. The mind stops gripping the future and returns to the present moment, where your power actually exists. A powerful Stoic practice is separating what you can control from what you cannot. You can control your effort, your mindset, your choices, your values. You cannot control how others react, how events unfold, or how outcomes turn out. When you focus your energy on what belongs to you, peace grows naturally. When you release what was never yours, suffering decreases. Another transformation happens when you stop using perfection as the measure of success. Instead of asking whether something turned out perfectly, ask whether you acted with honesty, courage, kindness, or effort. These measures create inner strength, not inner pressure. Over time, you begin to see that certainty was never the key to peace. Clarity was. And clarity comes from being present, adaptable, and open to life as it comes. When you let go of the myth of perfect outcomes, the world becomes less threatening. You stop bracing for the worst. You stop postponing your life until everything feels safe. You start moving with a lighter heart because you no longer expect life to match a flawless script. And as the weight of perfection dissolves, you finally allow yourself to live, not as a prophet guessing at the future, but as a human being participating fully in the present. There's a soft clarity that forms when you let go of perfect outcomes, the kind of clarity that frees your shoulders from that constant pressure to perform flawlessly. But once that pressure dissolves, another hidden layer of suffering becomes visible. A layer that doesn't shout or overwhelm, but quietly shapes the way you show up in the world. A layer built not on mistakes you've made, but on mistakes you fear you might make. This is anticipatory shame, the emotional pain you feel long before there's any real reason to feel it. The fear of being judged for things that haven't even happened. It begins gently, often without your awareness. Before speaking, you feel a subtle tightening inside, as if your words are already wrong. Before trying something new, you feel embarrassment rising, as if you've already failed. Before entering a room, you sense eyes on you even when no one is paying attention. It's shame without cause, discomfort without event, judgment without action. This is not the shame of hindsight. It is the shame of foresight, the emotional rehearsal of humiliation before life has offered any opportunity for it. The mind creates this fear because it believes that anticipating shame will protect you from experiencing it. The logic goes something like this. If I feel the embarrassment now, maybe I'll avoid the situation later and spare myself the pain. But instead of protection, this habit creates paralysis. You begin avoiding life, not to stay safe, but to avoid feeling judged for things you haven't even done. Anticipatory shame builds inner walls. You may hold back your talents because you're convinced others will laugh. You might stay quiet even when you have something valuable to say because you're certain someone will disapprove. You may avoid opportunities, not because you can't handle them, but because you imagine the humiliation of getting it wrong. The fear of embarrassment becomes heavier than the event itself. This fear comes from conditioning. Somewhere in the past, you learned that making mistakes invites criticism, that expressing yourself invites ridicule, that being imperfect invites judgment. The mind takes those moments and projects them onto every new possibility. You start responding to situations with old emotions, even when the current moment holds no threat at all. Anticipatory shame also distorts self-perception. You begin seeing yourself through the eyes of imagined critics. You become your own harshest judge, assuming others will think about you the way your inner critic does. The result is a shrinkage of the self. Your personality becomes smaller, your voice quieter, your confidence thinner. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that most people suffer more from the fear of opinion than from opinion itself. They taught that anticipating judgment is wasted suffering, because the judgment may never come, and even if it does, it has power only when you agree with it. The first step toward dissolving anticipatory shame is recognizing when you feel embarrassed without cause. Notice when shame appears before action. Notice when your chest tightens at the thought of being seen. Notice when you hesitate, not because something is wrong, but because you fear someone might judge you. This awareness reveals the gap between reality and imagination. From there, question the fear gently. Who is judging me right now? Most of the time, there is no one. The judgment came from the mind, not from the world. The shame was triggered by a story, not by an event. A powerful technique is asking what part of you the shame is trying to protect. Often, anticipatory shame shields a younger version of you, the one who was laughed at, criticized, or dismissed. When you speak kindly to that part instead of letting it run the show, the emotional tension begins to ease. It also helps to remember that people are far less focused on you than your shame suggests. Most people are absorbed in their own worries. The harsh audience you fear rarely exists outside your mind. The room isn't watching you. The world isn't waiting for you to mess up. The imagined humiliation is a mental creation, not a social reality. Another Stoic practice is redefining what it means to be seen. Instead of viewing visibility as a threat, you begin viewing it as participation. Being seen means you are present. It means you're engaging with life. It means you're choosing courage over comfort. Shame loses its strength when visibility stops being something dangerous. You can also soften anticipatory shame by lowering the stakes. Instead of believing everything must be impressive, perfect, or flawless, allow yourself to be human. Humans stumble. Humans try. Humans learn. When the expectation of perfection disappears, the fear of humiliation decreases automatically. Over time, as you practice these shifts, something remarkable happens. The shame that once rose before you acted begins to fade. You start living from authenticity instead of from fear. You speak more freely. You try more boldly. You move without constantly monitoring how others might see you. Inner space opens. Confidence grows, not because you've become perfect, but because you've stopped rehearsing your own embarrassment. You realize that the world never demanded perfection from you. The pressure came from your mind, not from your life. And in this new space, the person you were meant to be finally has room to breathe. There's a noticeable shift inside you when you stop living under the weight of shame that never belonged to you. As that unnecessary embarrassment loosens its grip, a deeper pattern begins to reveal itself, one that lies beneath fear, beneath anxiety, beneath overthinking. A pattern that convinces you that the best way to survive life is to emotionally suffer before anything ever happens. This is pre-traumatic stress, the quiet habit of bracing for pain long before life delivers it. Not because the danger is real, but because the mind has learned to expect hurt even in peaceful moments. It begins with a familiar tension. You sense a threat that doesn't exist. You feel your chest tighten for reasons you can't explain. You walk through calm moments as if something terrible is approaching. You prepare for heartbreak before love is even tested. You prepare for loss while everything remains whole. You prepare for crisis in the middle of safety. Pre-traumatic stress is the emotional practice of suffering in advance. It is living inside future pain while the present remains untouched. This habit often develops in people who have survived unpredictable or painful experiences. When the mind has been shocked before, it becomes hyper-vigilant. It tries to protect you by never letting you feel safe. Even when nothing is wrong, you feel on edge. Even when life is gentle, you expect the sting. Even when things are working, you feel the tension of waiting for them to fall apart. The mind believes this preparation will soften future pain. But instead of cushioning the blow, it multiplies it. Instead of protecting you, it exhausts you. Instead of helping you cope, it convinces you that peace is temporary and danger is inevitable. You live two lives, the real one and the one your fear has constructed. This emotional pre-suffering shows up in many areas of life. You may hold back from loving fully because you're already grieving a loss that hasn't happened. You may avoid opportunities because you're already feeling the disappointment of imagined failure. You may tense around joy because you're certain it won't last. You may stay hyper-aware of everything that could go wrong, even when life is unfolding gently. The Stoics understood this mental pattern with striking clarity. They observed how people suffer before the event, not from the event. They believed that most fear is a prediction, not a reality. And they taught that the cure for pre-traumatic stress begins with mastering where your attention lives. Their approach starts with identifying what is actually happening, not what the mind is dramatizing. When your body tightens, instead of assuming danger, you ask, "Is something harming me right now?" In most moments, the answer is no. Recognizing this separates present reality from future fear. The mind can prepare for something that isn't happening, but the body learns the truth through awareness. Another Stoic practice involves changing your relationship with uncertainty. Instead of treating it as a threat, you see it as the natural state of life. Safety was never guaranteed. Permanence was never promised. Certainty was never real. When you stop demanding stability from a world built on change, fear loses much of its power. The Stoics also taught the idea of negative visualization in a very different way than worry. Their method was not about suffering in advance, but about softening attachment. It wasn't about predicting doom, it was about acknowledging impermanence so you could appreciate the present rather than fear the future. But pre-traumatic stress is the opposite. It's not a philosophical exercise, it's emotional survival mode. The goal is not to imagine worst-case scenarios, it's to release the belief that imagining them protects you. To dismantle pre-traumatic stress, you begin by noticing when fear arrives without reason. When the day is peaceful, but your mind feels unsafe. When nothing is wrong, yet everything feels fragile. When joy feels dangerous because you expect it to break. In those moments, return to your breath. Feel the ground under you. Look around the room and name what is actually happening. This doesn't erase fear, but it anchors you into truth. Your nervous system needs evidence from the present, not from imagined futures. It also helps to gently question the fear. Has the danger arrived, or am I rehearsing it? You may find that what you're feeling isn't intuition. It's memory, not prophecy. It's anticipation. Not a signal, it's a scar. Another part of healing is allowing yourself to feel safe in small doses. Notice when something good happens and let it stay good. Notice when someone loves you and let it be real. Notice when a moment is peaceful and let yourself settle into it. Safety grows through repetition, not through effort. Your mind learns peace the same way it learned fear, through experience. Over time, the habit of suffering in advance begins to weaken. Your body stops bracing for impact in every quiet moment. Your mind stops predicting heartbreak before love even grows. Your nervous system stops reacting to shadows as if they are storms. You begin trusting that not every calm moment is the beginning of chaos. And slowly, you reclaim the parts of life that fear once stole from you. The joy you never let yourself feel, the rest you never allowed, the love you were afraid to accept, the peace you believed you couldn't keep. Pre-traumatic stress loses its grip when you finally learn that suffering early doesn't prevent suffering later. It only robs you of the present, the only place where healing, connection, and real life actually exist. There's a deeper ease that arrives when you stop rehearsing pain before life ever delivers it. When your nervous system finally gets a break from bracing for things that never come, the world around you begins to feel a little less threatening. But in that newfound calm, another quiet pattern starts to reveal itself, one that shapes how you see people, how you interpret their actions, and how you move through relationships. It's the habit of creating enemies that don't exist, not real adversaries, just imagined ones. Silent characters your mind builds out of fear, insecurity, and old wounds. These fictional enemies are rarely dramatic. They don't look like villains. They're the versions of people your mind invents whenever you feel uncertain, misunderstood, or unvalued. They appear in the pauses, in the ambiguity, in the moments when the mind has room to fill in the blanks. It might start with a neutral expression on someone's face. Instead of seeing it for what it is, neutral, the mind interprets it as anger, judgment, annoyance. A delayed message becomes rejection. A short reply becomes resentment. A small disagreement becomes a personal attack. Nothing in the real world confirms these interpretations, but the mind, needing a narrative, supplies one. You begin reacting not to the person, but to the character the mind created. You experience anger, defensiveness, or withdrawal over something that never actually happened. The mind builds an adversary, and you defend yourself against a phantom. This habit often forms in people who have been hurt before. When someone has betrayed your trust, ignored your needs, or treated you unfairly, the mind learns to anticipate similar dynamics. It tries to protect you by assuming others might do the same. That old pain becomes a lens through which you view new situations. But the danger is this: when you expect hostility, you start seeing it everywhere, even where it doesn't exist. The Stoics warned about this tendency. They observed that humans often create unnecessary suffering by misreading intentions, projecting fears onto others, and assuming conflict where none is present. They taught that peace comes from evaluating reality as it is, not as your fears imagine it. One form of fictional enemy-making is projection. When you feel insecure, you may project that insecurity onto others, assuming they're judging you or looking down on you. Another form is misinterpretation, taking a small behavior and assigning meaning far beyond what was intended. A friend is quiet, and you assume they're irritated. A coworker is distracted, and you conclude they dislike you. A partner is busy, and you believe they're emotionally distant. These assumptions create emotional storms without evidence. They damage trust. They fuel anxiety. They warp communication. and they create distance between you and people who might actually care about you. Fictional enemies appear not because people are dangerous, but because the mind is trying to protect your heart. It believes that expecting harm will reduce the pain of being hurt. But this strategy only replaces connection with loneliness and understanding with suspicion. It makes you guarded in relationships where openness is needed, defensive in moments that require clarity, and anxious in situations that are perfectly safe. To dissolve fictional enemies, the first step is recognizing when the mind is telling a story. When someone's behavior feels loaded, pause and ask, what did they actually do? And what story am I adding? This separates the facts from the narrative. Often, the behavior was neutral, and the emotional weight came from interpretation, not intention. A powerful practice is choosing curiosity over assumption. Instead of filling in the blanks with fear, you ask questions. You seek clarity. You give people a chance to show their truth before assuming it. This prevents the mind from supplying its own, often distorted, explanation. Another helpful approach is acknowledging your own emotional triggers. If certain tones, silences, or expressions make you uneasy, reflect on what they remind you of. Many fictional enemies come from old experiences, not present ones. When you can identify the past influence, the present becomes clearer. The Stoics encouraged the practice of giving others the benefit of the doubt until evidence shows otherwise, not as a way to be naive, but as a way to preserve peace. Most people are not plotting against you. Most people are absorbed in their own concerns. Most actions that feel personal are not personal at all. It also helps to remember that you cannot read minds. The mind pretends it can, but this illusion creates more conflict than clarity. Releasing the need to interpret everything frees you from mental battles you never needed to fight. As you practice these shifts, relationships become gentler. Misunderstandings shrink. Conversations open. The heaviness of emotional defensiveness begins to lift. You start seeing people as they are, not as your fears portray them. You stop fighting shadows. You stop feeling attacked by things that were never meant to hurt you. You begin responding to reality instead of reacting to stories. And slowly, the world becomes less hostile, not because it changed, but because your mind stopped turning neutral moments into threats. These fictional adversaries dissolve, and what remains is something much softer: connection, understanding, and the quiet recognition that most people are not enemies. They are simply human, just like you. There's a steady calm that arrives once you stop treating people as threats your mind invented. When the shadows of imagined adversaries dissolve, the world becomes less hostile. Conversations feel lighter, and relationships open in ways you didn't expect. But in that clearer emotional landscape, another subtle pattern steps forward, one that doesn't blame others, but quietly turns inward. It's the deeply rooted habit of picturing yourself failing long before life even gives you a chance to try. A private form of self-sabotage that happens not through action, but through imagination. This is imaginative failure, the tendency to create the worst possible version of yourself in your mind, then live as if that version is true. It begins with a simple thought. What if I mess this up? What if I'm not good enough? What if I embarrass myself? But instead of passing through, that thought becomes a vivid internal image. You see yourself stumbling, freezing, forgetting, disappointing, falling short. The mind doesn't just think it, it shows you. And because the mind is powerful, you start feeling the emotions attached to that imagined failure: shame, fear, discouragement, inadequacy. Even though none of it has happened, imaginative failure is like living with a mirror that reflects your worst angle, no matter how bright the light really is. It shows you the version of yourself shaped by insecurity, not by truth. It takes your doubt and turns it into a mental movie. The more vividly you picture failure, the more it feels inevitable. Your body responds to the imagined scenario as if it's happening. Your confidence drops. Your motivation shrinks. Your willingness to try dissolves. The mind believes it is protecting you, preparing you, keeping you humble. But in reality, it's limiting you. Because when you repeatedly picture yourself failing, you begin stepping into life already defeated. This habit often forms from past experiences, moments when you did fail, moments when someone judged you, moments when you felt unprepared or overwhelmed. The mind holds on to these memories as warnings. It tries to stop you from feeling that pain again by predicting it in advance. But instead of preventing hurt, it traps you inside a distorted version of yourself. The Stoics were aware of this internal distortion. They taught that people suffer when they mistake their self-image for their true nature. The mind loves to replay the moments that make you feel small, but rarely revisits the moments that prove your strength. Stoic wisdom encourages you to question the pictures your mind creates, especially the ones that shrink you. One of the reasons imaginative failure is so powerful is because the mind reacts more strongly to fear than to possibility. If you picture yourself succeeding, the mind dismisses it as unrealistic. But if you picture yourself failing, it takes it seriously. Fear feels more convincing than hope. Your nervous system treats imagined humiliation as a real threat. You can see how this plays out in your life. You hesitate to speak because you visualize your voice cracking. You avoid trying something new because you visualize others judging you. You turn down opportunities because you visualize yourself not being capable. You stay small because you visualize yourself not being enough. None of these limitations are based on truth. They are based on the version of you your mind imagines. To loosen this grip, the first step is noticing when the mind starts creating those internal images. Pay attention to the moment your body tenses before taking action. Beneath that tension is usually a mental picture, one that shows you failing, disappointing, or embarrassing yourself. Simply acknowledging that this picture is imagined immediately weakens its power. Another step is grounding yourself in what you have done, not what you fear you will do. The mind tends to forget your strengths. It forgets your resilience. It forgets how many things you once feared but eventually handled. Bringing those memories forward helps counterbalance the distorted image. A helpful Stoic practice is separating identity from performance. You are not defined by a single moment or mistake. You are not frozen in one version of yourself. You are a changing, learning, expanding human being. When you internalize this, the imagined failure feels less like destiny and more like just one possibility among many. It also helps to question the imagined scenario directly by asking, "Where's the evidence that I will become my worst version?" Most of the time, the answer is nowhere. The mind is recycling old emotions, not predicting future truth. Another powerful shift is allowing yourself to visualize a neutral or even competent version of yourself. Not perfect, just capable. You don't need to imagine yourself flawless. You just need to imagine yourself functional. This softens the emotional threat. It creates inner space to act without fear of internal catastrophe. Over time, as you practice noticing, questioning, and replacing these distorted inner images, something remarkable happens. You stop walking into situations already defeated. You stop treating yourself like a fragile character in your own story. You begin stepping toward life with steadiness instead of dread. You discover that the worst version of yourself exists only in thought, not in reality. And the moment you stop believing that mental creation, a more truthful, grounded, capable version of you, finally has room to rise. There's a quiet strength that begins to grow when you stop letting the mind paint you as your own worst failure. When that inner movie of self-defeat starts losing its grip, something inside you straightens. You begin moving through life with a little more trust, a little more presence. But as that inner space opens, another subtle pattern comes into view. One so gentle, so easily overlooked, that most people never realize how much it shapes their emotional world. It's the habit of absorbing stress that never belonged to you, carrying anxiety that isn't yours, feeling overwhelmed by fears you didn't create. This is borrowed anxiety, the emotional burden you inherit from the stories, worries, and tensions of other people. It begins in small ways. Someone shares their panic about the future, and suddenly your chest feels tight. Someone unloads their stress about a situation you're not involved in, and your mind starts spinning with possibilities. Someone expresses fear, and your body reacts as if the danger is yours. Without noticing, you take their emotional weight and weave it into your own. Borrowed anxiety often feels like compassion. You care, so you absorb. You listen, so you carry. You empathize, so you internalize. But empathy doesn't require suffering, and caring doesn't require inheriting someone else's fear. We do this because humans are wired for emotional mirroring. The nervous system responds to the emotional state of people around us. When someone panics, your amygdala fires. When someone catastrophizes, your mind begins scanning for threats. When someone speaks from fear, your body reacts, even without evidence. And without noticing, their story becomes your stress. Their fear becomes your tension. Their insecurity becomes your internal noise. Borrowed anxiety is especially common among people who are sensitive, empathetic, or responsible. You may have grown up in an environment where other people's emotions felt like your responsibility. You learned to stay alert, manage other people's moods, anticipate their reactions, and soothe their fears. Your nervous system became trained to absorb rather than observe. But the cost is high. You carry emotional loads that were never meant for you. You feel exhausted without understanding why. You lose your center in the noise of other people's stories. You confuse their fears with your truth, and you start living as if the world is more threatening than it actually is. Not because of your experiences, but because you're internalizing theirs. The Stoics understood this dynamic long before psychology named it. They taught that the perceptions of others are not your reality, and their fears are not your destiny. They believed that each person must tend to their own inner world, and that emotional contagion leads to unnecessary suffering. Stoic wisdom teaches you to separate what belongs to you from what belongs to others. Their worry is not your warning. Their panic is not your prediction. Their story is not your fate. To break the habit of borrowing anxiety, the first step is noticing when your emotional state shifts because of someone else. Pay attention to the moment your breath shortens while someone else talks. The moment your mind jumps into scenarios that aren't part of your life. The moment you feel responsible for someone's distress even though you didn't cause it. This awareness reveals a simple truth. You are reacting to energy, not to reality. The next step is creating internal boundaries, not by hardening or distancing, but by remembering this gentle truth. I can care without carrying. You can listen without absorbing. You can support without inheriting. You can witness someone's fear without letting it merge with your own. One helpful practice is mentally returning the emotion to its owner by quietly acknowledging, "This is their worry, not mine." This simple sentence recenters the nervous system. It separates empathy from entanglement. Another powerful shift is grounding yourself in your own lived experience. When someone shares a fearful story, ask internally, "Is this happening in my life?" Often the answer is no. Your body responds as if you're in danger, but your reality is calm. Anchoring in your personal truth prevents the mind from spiraling based on someone else's anxiety. It also helps to pay attention to the people who influence your inner world. Some individuals regularly offload their fears onto others. Some speak from panic, not from clarity. Some share stories coated in drama, exaggeration, or emotional weight. Recognizing this helps you listen with compassion, but not with absorption. Over time, as you practice these boundaries, something shifts inside you. You begin feeling lighter because you're carrying only what belongs to you. You feel calmer because your emotional system stops being hijacked by the nerves of others. You feel clearer because fear no longer spreads through you like a contagion. You start showing up with grounded presence rather than borrowed panic. You think more clearly because your thoughts are no longer clouded by someone else's storms. You trust your own experience instead of absorbing the fears of those around you. And you make decisions from stability, not from inherited anxiety. The world becomes more peaceful, not because it changed, but because you stopped letting other people's worries distort your inner landscape. You finally learn that caring doesn't mean carrying, and empathy doesn't require sacrifice. Your peace becomes your own again, and that is where true emotional freedom begins. There's a deep steadiness that forms once you stop carrying the emotional weight that belongs to other people. When you return their worries to them, gently, without guilt, your mind feels clearer, your body feels lighter, and your heart feels more your own. But in that new clarity, another pattern becomes visible, one that doesn't come from others at all, but from the way your own mind moves through time. It's the habit of mentally leaving the present, not in dreams or imagination, but in loops of replaying what has already happened and rehearsing what hasn't. A quiet drift that steals your energy without making a sound. This is mental time travel, the tendency to live in past moments or future scenarios instead of the immediate life unfolding right in front of you. It often begins without intention. A memory rises, and before you can stop it, you're reliving every detail, every regret, every mistake, every painful conversation. The mind replays it, rewrites it, rejudges it. You feel the old emotions as if they're happening again. Your body tightens the way it once did. Your chest feels the familiar ache. The moment is gone, but the suffering remains alive inside you. Then the mind swings forward. It leaps into possibilities, worries, predictions. It creates scenes where everything goes wrong. It builds futures that exhaust you before you ever reach them. You visualize challenges that haven't arrived. You hold your breath for outcomes that don't exist. You emotionally live in tomorrow while your life is quietly unfolding today. You lose the present because you are busy living in two other worlds, the one behind you and the one ahead of you, neither of which you can change, and neither of which you can fully trust. This constant time travel drains you on multiple levels. It steals mental energy because the mind keeps solving problems that aren't real. It steals emotional energy because you feel things that have no connection to your current moment. It steals motivation because you're either stuck in what can't be changed or fearful of what hasn't happened. And it steals presence, your ability to fully live, sense, and experience the life in front of you. The Stoics understood this danger clearly. They believed that the only place you have any power is the present. Not the past. You can't rewrite it. Not the future. You can't control it. Only the now. Only this breath, this action, this choice, this moment. They saw mental time travel as a thief of peace, of clarity, and of strength. The habit forms because the mind craves resolution. It replays the past, trying to make sense of it, trying to rewrite it, trying to soothe something that still hurts. But reliving the past doesn't heal it. It only keeps it fresh. And the mind leaps into the future because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Predicting gives the illusion of control, even though it creates unnecessary fear. The more the mind travels through time, the heavier your inner world becomes. To break this cycle, you first need to notice when you've mentally stepped out of the present, when your body is here, but your mind is elsewhere, when your breath is shallow because you're replaying something old, when your shoulders tense because you're imagining something ahead. Simply noticing this reveals how often your suffering comes not from life, but from memory and imagination. The next step is gently bringing yourself back to what you're touching, back to what you're hearing, back to the feeling of your breath entering and leaving your body, back to the sensations that anchor you in the only moment that truly exists. This return to presence is not about denying the past or ignoring the future. It's about refusing to live in places that drain you instead of places that strengthen you. When the past pulls you back, remind yourself, the moment is gone. The lesson stays. The pain doesn't need to. You don't honor your past by reliving it. You honor it by moving forward with what it taught you. When the future pulls you forward, tell yourself, it hasn't happened. My fear is not proof. The mind may predict danger, but your breath, your senses, and your body show the truth. Right now, you are safe. It also helps to guide your attention towards small, grounding details. The warmth of your hands, the rhythm of your steps, the sound of the world around you. These tiny anchors pull you out of time travel and into your life. As you practice these shifts, presence begins to return. Not suddenly, not perfectly, but more and more often. You start noticing quiet details you used to overlook. You feel emotions as they are, not amplified by memory or fear. You make decisions with clarity because you're responding to what's real, not to what once was or what might be. And you discover something important. The present is gentler than the past you replay and kinder than the future you fear. It doesn't demand perfection. It doesn't punish you. It doesn't overwhelm you. It simply asks you to be here. In that presence, life becomes lighter, not because everything gets easier, but because you stop carrying time in your mind. You return to the only place where peace is possible, the moment you're living right now. There's a deeper kind of calm that enters your life when you finally stop drifting through the past and future. When your mind begins returning to the moment you're actually living, the constant emotional noise quiets, the tension eases, and the world feels more grounded. But in that restored presence, another hidden pattern emerges, one that has been shaping your emotional world without your permission. It's the tendency to feel weighed down by problems that don't belong to you, not because you're weak, but because you're human, not because you seek pain, but because you care. This is second-hand suffering. The emotional habit of carrying distress that originated in someone else's life, not your own. It begins subtly. Someone you love feels overwhelmed, and suddenly your body tightens. They share their fears, and your mind starts absorbing their uncertainty. They tell you about a problem they're facing, and you begin thinking about solutions as if you're responsible for fixing it. Their stress spreads into your system like ink in water. You're not experiencing their situation. You're experiencing their emotional reaction to it, and your nervous system responds as if the danger is yours. Second-hand suffering often masquerades as empathy. You want to be supportive, so you feel what they feel. You want to be compassionate, so you internalize their pain. You want to be helpful, so you take on their burdens. But empathy without boundaries becomes emotional fusion. You stop being a witness and start becoming a participant in someone else's struggle. Humans are wired for emotional resonance. Your brain mirrors the emotional states of people around you. This is a gift when used with awareness, but when unregulated, it becomes a quiet form of self-erasure. You lose track of where your emotional life ends and someone else's begins. This pattern tends to form in childhood. If you grew up around people who were unstable, stressed, or emotionally unpredictable, you might have learned to sense their moods to feel safe. You tuned your nervous system to their feelings, not your own. That early strategy often becomes a lifelong habit, absorbing the emotions of others to avoid conflict, to stay connected, or to feel needed. The Stoics spoke directly to this pattern. They taught that you are responsible only for what belongs to you, your choices, your judgments, your actions, your inner state. They emphasized that other people's choices and emotions belong to them, not to you. When you take on problems that aren't yours, you violate the natural boundaries of responsibility and drain yourself unnecessarily. Second-hand suffering shows up in countless ways. You hear a friend vent and feel anxious afterward, even though nothing happened to you. You see someone upset and feel responsible for settling their emotions. You watch someone struggle and feel guilty for not fixing their life. You internalize their disappointment as if you caused it. You react to their stress with a sense of personal failure, and your peace becomes tied to other people's emotional weather. Breaking this habit does not mean becoming cold or detached. It means returning to yourself, holding compassion without carrying weight. The first step is noticing when your emotional state changes in response to someone else's story. Observe the shift in your breath, your chest, your posture. If your mood drops immediately after someone shares their pain, you've likely picked up an emotional load. In that moment, pause. Ask yourself softly, whose emotion is this? If the answer isn't yours, release the urge to claim it. Another practice is grounding your attention in the present. When you're absorbing someone else's distress, your mind shifts from observation to identification. Bringing awareness back to your body, the feeling of your feet, your hands, your breath, helps re-establish the boundary between their experience and yours. It also helps to shift from emotional fusion to compassionate presence. You can say, I can be here with you, but I don't have to suffer with you. Support doesn't require emotional self-sacrifice. Love doesn't require absorbing pain. A subtle but powerful tool is remembering that people are allowed to struggle. Their discomfort is part of their growth. Their confusion is theirs to navigate. Their emotions are messages for them, not for you. When you take away someone's pain by carrying it, you remove their opportunity to learn, to adapt, to strengthen. You rob yourself of peace and rob them of resilience. It also helps to recognize that you cannot solve problems that aren't in your control. You cannot heal a wound you didn't create. You cannot prevent someone else's discomfort. You cannot save people from the lessons life is trying to give them. As you practice these boundaries, something shifts. You begin feeling lighter, not because problems disappear, but because you stop carrying ones that were never yours. You become more emotionally stable because your inner world no longer fluctuates with the storms around you. You listen more clearly because you're no longer overwhelmed by the weight of other people's emotions. You become more supportive because you show up grounded instead of drained. Second-hand suffering fades when you stop confusing compassion with emotional absorption. When you understand that presence is more powerful than carrying. When you trust that people can survive their own experiences without you holding their pain. And in that clarity, your heart becomes freer, able to love without drowning, able to care without collapsing, and able to remain steady even when the world around you is trembling. There's a noticeable lightness that enters your life when you stop carrying the emotional burdens that never belonged to you. When you finally draw a line between compassion and emotional absorption, something inside you grows steadier, clearer, more rooted. But in that new steadiness, another subtle pattern begins to rise, a pattern that doesn't come from the past or from other people, but from the way your own mind amplifies fear until it becomes louder than truth. It's the inner echo chamber of fear, a mental room where a single anxious thought repeats itself until it feels like reality. This echo begins quietly. A small concern enters the mind, something simple, something ordinary. But instead of passing through, it bounces around inside you. It repeats, it mutates, it grows louder with each loop. Before long, the original thought becomes lost beneath layers of interpretation, exaggeration, and emotional noise. The mind can take one moment of uncertainty and turn it into a chorus of fear. You might think, what if this goes wrong? And the mind echoes back, it will. You wonder, what if they misunderstood me? And the mind replies, they did. You worry, what if I'm not enough? And the mind answers, you never were. The thought that began softly becomes a blaring message that overshadows everything else. The echo chamber amplifies what scares you and silences what could calm you. It drowns out logic, compassion, memory, and perspective. You begin reacting not to life, but to the volume of the thought. Fear gets louder, while reality stays the same. This mental echo chamber forms because the brain is wired to prioritize threat. It focuses on danger, even imagined danger, before anything neutral or reassuring. When the mind senses uncertainty, it fills in the silence with the loudest possibility, fear. The repetition strengthens it. The emotion reinforces it. The nervous system responds to it. And soon, the inner echo becomes convincing enough to feel like truth. But the reality outside of your mind often remains unchanged. Nothing bad has happened. No threat has appeared. No failure is unfolding. Yet your body reacts as if the danger is real, because it's responding to the intensity of the echo, not to the world. The Stoics recognized this phenomenon long before psychology named it. They observed that the mind tends to amplify fear more quickly than any other emotion. Marcus Aurelius wrote that we suffer more often in mind than in fact, pointing directly to this pattern, the mind making its own noise louder than the world's actual events. The echo chamber of fear shapes your life in powerful ways. You overreact to neutral moments because of the internal noise. You avoid opportunities because of imagined danger. You distrust people because of mental stories, not lived experiences. You interpret silence as threat, uncertainty as doom, and small shifts as disaster. The mind is not malicious. It is trying to protect you, but in doing so it creates a heightened inner world that bears little resemblance to real life. To break the echo, the first step is noticing the moment fear starts amplifying itself. You can usually sense it through your body. Your breath shortens, your chest tightens, your thoughts speed up. These signals reveal that the mind has begun looping a fear, repeating it until the emotional volume rises. Once you notice the loop, pause. Bring gentle awareness to the thought itself. A thought is speaking, you remind yourself, not reality, not truth, just a thought. This simple recognition separates you from the echo. It stops the mind from confusing repetition with evidence. Another helpful practice is asking yourself what is happening in the world outside your mind. What are the actual facts? What has truly happened? Most of the time, nothing harmful, nothing dramatic, nothing urgent. When you compare the intensity of your fear to the neutrality of your environment, the contrast breaks the illusion. You can also soften the echo by introducing a quieter, more grounded thought. Not forced positivity, just clarity. Something like, "I don't know yet," or "This might not be what my fear says it is," or "Let's see what's actually happening." These gentle shifts don't silence the fear immediately, but they reduce its dominance. The echo loses its grip when the mind remembers that uncertainty is not a danger. It's simply unanswered information. Breath also helps dissolve the echo chamber. Fear thrives on shallow, rapid breathing. Slowing your breath tells your nervous system that no immediate danger exists. And when your body calms, the mind follows. The echo quiets, the volume decreases, the thought loses its power. Over time, you begin noticing how often your mind has been amplifying fear unnecessarily. You start seeing the gap between inner noise and outer truth. You stop believing every loud thought simply because it's loud. You stop assuming repetition means reality. You stop confusing emotional intensity with accuracy, and slowly the echo chamber dissolves. You hear your thoughts without being ruled by them. You feel fear without being defined by it. You navigate uncertainty with steadiness because you know the difference between the world and the voice inside your mind. What remains is a quieter inner landscape, one where reality speaks louder than fear, where clarity replaces distortion, and where your life is guided not by mental echoes, but by truth. There's a noticeable quiet that forms once the echo chamber of fear begins to lose its power. When your thoughts stop bouncing around inside you with artificial volume, the mind feels clearer, the body feels steadier, and your emotional world becomes more truthful. But in that quiet, another deep pattern starts to reveal itself, one that doesn't come from fear alone, but from the weight you place on your own shoulders. It's the suffering created not by failure itself, but by the expectations you set long before reality has a chance to unfold. This is expectation trauma, the emotional collapse that comes from demanding more from life, from others, and from yourself than any human could reasonably maintain. It begins innocently. You tell yourself that things should go a certain way. You expect people to react how you hoped. You expect life to unfold according to your timeline. You expect yourself to perform flawlessly, stay strong, endlessly, and rise above every difficulty without bending. These expectations feel motivating at first. They feel like standards, goals, principles to live by. But slowly, quietly, they build pressure. They form a silent contract with reality. One reality never agreed to. And the moment life deviates even slightly from the script in your mind, the emotional collapse begins. Expectation trauma is not caused by events themselves. It's caused by the distance between what you hoped for and what actually happened. A delayed opportunity feels like rejection because you expected immediate progress. A small conflict feels like betrayal because you expected perfect harmony. A single mistake feels like failure because you expected yourself to never be human. An imperfect day feels like disaster because you expected every day to confirm your worth. The higher the expectation, the harder you fall. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that no external event has the power to wound you as deeply as your own expectations do. They believed that suffering often arises not from what is, but from believing what is should have been something else. When expectations become too rigid, life feels like it's constantly disappointing you, even when nothing catastrophic has happened. You experience frustration where there could be acceptance. You experience despair where there could be patience. You experience self-criticism where there could be growth. Expectation trauma shapes your inner world in many subtle ways. You feel let down by people who never knew what you silently demanded of them. You feel defeated by timelines that were never realistic. You feel ashamed for not meeting standards you set without compassion. You feel unworthy whenever life doesn't mirror the perfect version you imagined. This creates a cycle of emotional highs followed by crushing lows. Every success must be perfect or it feels meaningless. Every relationship must be flawless or it feels broken. Every decision must lead to ideal outcomes or it feels like failure. You walk through life holding yourself and others to invisible demands that no one can consistently meet. Expectation trauma also makes you feel unsafe in your own life. The world becomes unpredictable, not because it is dangerous, but because the mind expects predictability. And when life fails to deliver perfection, you feel destabilized, anxious, and overwhelmed. To dissolve this form of suffering, the first step is acknowledging when an expectation, not reality, is causing the pain. Ask yourself, what did I expect that didn't happen? You'll often find the disappointment came from a story your mind created, not from anything truly harmful. Another step is softening the internal rules you've built. Rules that say you must always be strong, always be productive, always be calm, always be impressive, always be certain. These rules sound responsible, but they create emotional fragility. Letting them loosen allows you to breathe again. A powerful Stoic principle is becoming flexible with outcomes, not passive, not detached, flexible. You put in the effort, you make the choice, you show up with integrity, and then you release the demand for perfection. When you stop gripping outcomes, life stops feeling like a test you're constantly failing. It helps to replace expectations with intentions. An expectation says, it must happen this way. An intention says, I'll move toward this, but leave room for life. That small shift changes everything. Expectations create pressure. Intentions create movement. It's also important to remind yourself that imperfect outcomes don't define your worth. Mistakes don't erase your value. Delays don't diminish your progress. Discomfort doesn't signal weakness. You are not fragile. You are not broken. You are not defined by timelines or external results. Over time, as you release rigid expectations, something beautiful happens. You begin to experience life as it actually is, not as a performance, not as a test, not as a stage for proving yourself, but as a series of moments unfolding with room for growth, room for error, room for learning. Your emotional world becomes steadier because you stop falling from heights you never needed to climb. Relationships feel easier because you stop demanding perfection from imperfect people. You feel more grounded because you stop treating deviations as catastrophes. And you feel more at peace because life no longer needs to match a flawless script. Expectation trauma fades when you allow life to be life and allow yourself to be human within it. There's a softer kind of strength that rises once you loosen the grip of expectations that were quietly wounding you. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself, from others, and from life, your emotional world becomes steadier. You breathe a little deeper. You move with more ease. But in that steadiness, something else reveals itself. One of the most deceptive patterns the mind uses to keep you stuck. It's the creation of problems that aren't really there. Not external obstacles, but internal ones. Not real barriers, but imagined ones. This is the world of phantom problems, mental constructions that feel solid, heavy, and urgent, yet dissolve the moment you truly examine them. They begin as faint whispers, a small hesitation, a quiet doubt, a fleeting worry. But the mind grabs it, analyzes it, enlarges it, and turns it into a full-blown obstacle. You start believing you can't act, can't rest, can't speak, can't move forward, because of something that only exists in thought, not in reality. A simple task becomes complicated. A clear path becomes confusing. A neutral moment becomes stressful. A harmless situation becomes threatening. The mind creates friction where life is offering flow. Phantom problems appear in countless forms. You think you don't have enough time, but the real issue is avoidance. You think someone is upset with you, but they haven't said a word. You think a project is too overwhelming, but you've never taken the first small step. You think you're unprepared, but you haven't tested yourself. You think something bad is coming, but there's no evidence. The mind loves to dress these invisible obstacles in urgency. It convinces you that you must wait until conditions are perfect, emotions are calm, motivation is high, or fear disappears. But these conditions rarely arrive on their own. You end up waiting, holding back, freezing in place, not because life blocked you, but because your mind did. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed most human suffering comes not from events, but from interpretations, not from the world, but from the stories we tell about it. Phantom problems are simply stories that feel true because fear narrates them. They form for several reasons. The mind is addicted to problem solving, and when there is no real problem, it creates one to stay busy. The mind fears the unknown, so it invents difficulties to justify staying in place. The mind tries to protect you by imagining obstacles so you won't risk vulnerability. The mind uses old experiences to predict trouble, even when the present moment is neutral. But the result is always the same. You start reacting emotionally to something that does not exist. You feel stressed without a real threat. You feel stuck without a real barrier. You feel overwhelmed without a real workload. You feel lost without a real problem to solve. Phantom problems consume energy without producing progress. They drain your motivation because you're fighting battles made of air. They create exhaustion because the mind treats imaginary friction as real resistance. And they weaken confidence because you begin believing that life is harder than it actually is. To break this pattern, the first step is catching the moment a problem shows up without clear cause. When you feel resistance or heaviness, ask yourself, is this a real obstacle or a mental one? A real obstacle has evidence. A phantom problem has emotion. Another powerful shift is identifying the smallest action you can take. Phantom problems thrive on vagueness. They fall apart when faced with clarity. When you take even a tiny step forward, the imagined obstacle loses its shape. You can also ask a grounding question. What is happening right now, in this exact moment? This pulls you back to the present, where most phantom problems cannot survive because they rely on assumptions, predictions, or interpretations, not on what is real. It helps to notice when your mind is exaggerating. If your thought begins with always, never, everyone, or everything, chances are you're dealing with a mental distortion rather than a real challenge. Another method is reminding yourself that most things are simpler than the mind makes them. Life rarely requires perfection, only participation. Reality is often far less dramatic than the mind's imagined version. Over time, as you practice seeing phantom problems for what they are, something shifts. Tasks that felt overwhelming become manageable. Conversations that felt threatening become normal. Decisions that felt impossible become clear. You start moving through life with fewer hesitations because you stop treating imagined obstacles as real ones. You reclaim energy that was being drained by internal battles. You regain confidence as you realize most barriers were never external. You rediscover ease because you stop complicating simple moments with unnecessary fear. And slowly, the world becomes more open, not because it changed, but because your mind finally stopped building walls that were never there. There's a gentle clarity that comes when you finally see how many of your struggles were created by obstacles that never truly existed. When you stop fighting battles built by imagination, your inner world becomes lighter, smoother, more honest. But once that unnecessary weight falls away, another pattern emerges. One that doesn't just create problems, but tries to protect you from them in the most confusing and overwhelming ways. It's the mind acting like an overprotective guardian, trying so hard to shield you from harm that it ends up creating the very distress it hopes to prevent. This is the overprotective mind, the part of your inner world that believes danger is hiding behind every corner, even when life is calm. It wants safety. It wants security. It wants certainty. But it achieves these goals through fear, tension, and constant emotional alarms. This protective instinct begins early. The mind learns from past experiences, times when you were hurt, embarrassed, ignored, rejected, overwhelmed, or blindsided. It stores those memories as warnings, believing its job is to keep you from ever feeling that pain again. But instead of offering calm guidance, it uses fear-based strategies. It exaggerates risks. It amplifies negative possibilities. It makes you doubt yourself. It convinces you to avoid discomfort. It urges you to overthink everything, not because the world is dangerous, but because it remembers danger. The mind acts as if preparing for pain will protect you from it. But instead of safety, this overprotection creates a life filled with tension. You hesitate to try new things because the mind insists something will go wrong. You avoid vulnerability because the mind fears emotional harm. You decline opportunities because the mind imagines humiliation. You hold yourself back because the mind predicts failure. You stay small because the mind thinks growth is dangerous. Your inner guardian means well, but its methods cause suffering. The Stoics understood this instinct long before psychology named it. They taught that the mind often exaggerates threat because it values survival over peace. The inner voice that warns you is not always wise. It is often fearful, emotional, and reactive. Stoic wisdom encourages you to question the mind's warnings instead of obeying them. The overprotective mind uses several strategies that seem helpful but aren't. It promotes avoidance. It tells you, don't go, don't try, don't speak, don't change, as if stillness equals safety. But avoidance shrinks your world until life feels like a cage. It encourages hypervigilance. It tries to keep you alert by scanning for danger constantly. But constant alertness creates exhaustion, not protection. It uses worst-case thinking. It predicts the most painful outcome just in case, believing readiness equals immunity. But rehearsing suffering creates emotional damage long before anything happens. It inflates self-doubt. It convinces you that you are unprepared, incapable, or too fragile to face challenges. But self-doubt blocks growth more effectively than any external obstacle. It magnifies discomfort. It interprets normal anxiety, uncertainty, or effort as signs of real danger. But discomfort is not danger. It is part of being alive. The mind does all of this for a simple reason. It would rather make you miserable than let you take a risk. It values survival above happiness. It values safety above growth. It values protection above freedom. To soften the grip of the overprotective mind, the first step is recognizing its voice. It usually sounds urgent, loud, emotional, and repetitive. It pushes you to withdraw, hesitate, or retreat. It speaks in absolutes: always, never, can't, won't. Once you notice this voice, question it gently. Is this fear based on evidence or memory? Is this warning protecting me or limiting me? Is this discomfort dangerous or simply unfamiliar? These questions break the automatic obedience the mind has become accustomed to. Another powerful shift is learning to differentiate fear from intuition. Fear is loud, fast, and panicked. Intuition is quiet, steady, and grounded. Fear imagines disaster. Intuition reveals truth. Fear restricts. Intuition guides. Most warnings from the overprotective mind are fear, not intuition. It also helps to offer the mind reassurance instead of resistance. Tell it, I hear you. You're trying to help. But I'm safe right now. This calms the nervous system. When the mind feels acknowledged, it relaxes. When it feels ignored, it panics louder. Another transformative practice is letting discomfort exist without interpreting it as danger. The mind often confuses unease with threat, but they are completely different. Calmly allowing discomfort retrains the mind. It learns that unfamiliar experiences do not always lead to pain. Over time, as you practice questioning, grounding, and soothing the overprotective voice, something shifts inside you. The mind begins to trust you. It stops sounding the alarm for every small uncertainty. It stops treating every unknown as a threat. It stops assuming you are too fragile to handle life, and slowly, a new strength appears. Not forced, not dramatic, but steady. You begin taking steps you once avoided. You begin speaking truths you once held back. You begin exploring paths you once feared. Your world expands as the mind learns that you can survive and even thrive without constant protection. The overprotective mind doesn't disappear. It softens. It supports. It listens. And instead of restricting your life, it becomes a quiet companion that allows you to finally live it. There's a gentle steadiness that forms when the mind finally stops overprotecting you from every imagined danger. As that loud inner guardian softens, you begin to move through life with more trust, more presence, and more freedom. But in that calmer space, another powerful pattern shows itself, one that works quietly, subtly, and relentlessly beneath the surface. It's the loop between what you picture and what you feel. A cycle where imagination creates emotion, and emotion strengthens imagination, until the unreal becomes emotionally convincing. This is the imagination-emotion feedback loop. The mind's ability to create scenarios out of nothing, and then use your feelings as proof that those scenarios are true. It often starts with a single thought, fragile, fleeting, harmless at first. A small suspicion, a tiny worry, a random what if. But the moment you picture it, your body reacts. You feel a quickening in the chest, a tension in the stomach, a shift in your breath. Your nervous system doesn't wait for evidence, it responds instantly to imagination. And now the loop begins. Because you feel something, the mind interprets that feeling as confirmation. If I feel scared, there must be something to fear. If I feel uneasy, something must be wrong. If I feel anxious, the danger must be real. Emotion validates imagination. Imagination intensifies emotion. The cycle feeds itself. Soon, the fictional scenario becomes emotionally undeniable. You're no longer reacting to a thought. You're reacting to the emotion the thought created. The emotion then reinforces the thought, making it feel stronger, louder, more convincing. In this loop, feelings don't just reflect thoughts, they strengthen them. This is why small worries escalate so quickly. It's why a simple concern spirals into panic. It's why neutral moments suddenly feel threatening. It's why imagined catastrophes produce real physical responses. Your body is living inside a story your mind created. The Stoics understood this phenomenon long before the language of psychology existed. They taught that impressions, mental images, hold tremendous emotional power, and that without awareness, these impressions shape entire reactions, decisions, and beliefs. They knew the mind could create a storm the world never caused. And they warned, do not trust every feeling. Not every feeling is truth. Feelings are real, but what they point to may not be. The imagination-emotion loop becomes especially strong in people who are sensitive, perceptive, or intuitive. Imagination comes easily, feelings rise quickly, and the connection between the two becomes automatic. The very qualities that make you empathetic can make your inner world loud and overwhelming. This loop shapes life in many quiet ways. A friend responds shortly, and the mind imagines they're upset. You feel anxious. The anxiety convinces you the imagined conflict is real. You think about a possible mistake at work. You feel fear. The fear convinces you the mistake is catastrophic. You picture a social situation going wrong. You feel embarrassment. The embarrassment convinces you you'll actually embarrass yourself. You imagine a relationship ending. You feel grief. The grief convinces you loss is inevitable. Nothing in the real world caused this suffering. It was born entirely within the loop, thought becoming feeling, feeling becoming evidence, evidence strengthening the thought. To break this cycle, the first essential step is recognizing the difference between a feeling and a fact. A feeling is an internal reaction. A fact is an external reality. They are not the same. When the mind creates an unreal scenario, Pause and ask, what actually happened? Not what you pictured, not what you fear, not what you feel. What happened in the physical world? This returns you to truth. Another powerful step is acknowledging the emotional response without letting it dictate belief. You can say, my body is reacting to a thought. This single sentence breaks the illusion. The emotion remains, but the meaning you place on it shifts. It also helps to slow the imagination. When you catch your mind running forward into fear-based images, redirect it gently. You don't need to replace the image with positivity, just neutrality. Even a blank mental screen is enough to interrupt the cycle. Another method is grounding through sensory awareness. When you bring attention to your breath, the weight of your body, the sounds around you, the present moment becomes louder than the imagined scenario. And when the present becomes louder, the emotional response begins to settle. The Stoics encouraged practicing measured reflection. Instead of fueling every thought with emotion, you observe thoughts as echoes, not commands. This creates distance, and in that distance, clarity grows. Over time, something remarkable happens. Imagination stops hijacking your emotional world. Feelings stop reinforcing the worst possibilities. Thoughts stop spiraling into storms. Your nervous system begins responding to reality instead of imagination. You still feel deeply, nothing numbs that, but you no longer mistake every emotion for a warning. You no longer treat every inner image as truth. You no longer live inside stories generated by fear. You return to the present with steadiness. You respond to what is real. You feel without being controlled by what you feel. You think without spiraling into catastrophe. And with this shift, you reclaim a kind of freedom that was always yours. The freedom to let your imagination stay creative without letting it become destructive. There's a quiet empowerment that emerges when you stop letting imagination and emotion reinforce each other in endless loops. When you see clearly that feelings can be triggered by unreal scenarios, your inner world becomes calmer, more truthful, more grounded. But with that clarity comes the ability to notice yet another subtle pattern, one that doesn't arise from fear or protection, but from longing, insecurity, and the belief that everyone else is living a life somehow better than yours. It's the pain created when you measure your life against imagined versions of other people's lives. This is suffering by comparison, the tendency to construct mental pictures of others having more, doing more, achieving more, being more, and then punishing yourself for not matching those stories. It begins with a glance, a post, a conversation, a casual observation. Something small triggers the mind to create a richer, shinier version of someone else's existence. You see someone smiling, and the mind fills in the rest with, "They must be happier than me." You see someone succeed, and the mind whispers, "They're more capable than I'll ever be." You see someone confident, and the mind concludes, "They never struggle like I do." None of these stories are based on full truth. They're based on fragments, selective pieces of someone's life, onto which your mind projects perfection. Comparison rarely reflects reality. It reflects insecurity. The mind doesn't compare objectively, it compares emotionally. It takes what you lack, amplifies it, and then assumes everyone else has it in abundance. Meanwhile, it ignores the parts of your life that others might long for. It highlights your flaws and exaggerates other people's successes. It turns humanity into a scoreboard. The Stoics warned against this mental trap. They taught that comparing yourself to others is one of the quickest ways to lose peace. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, Do not waste the remainder of your life comparing yourself to others. He knew comparison creates envy, dissatisfaction, self-judgment, and despair, all born not from reality, but from imagination. Because comparison is not a reflection of truth, it is a reflection of the mind's bias. When you compare, you're not comparing your life to theirs. You're comparing your inner world, your fears, your doubts, your memories, to their outer world, the part they display, the part they curate, the part they choose to show. And you always lose when you compare the full reality of your life to the highlight reel of someone else's. This habit shapes your emotions in painful ways. You might feel inadequate even when you're doing well. You might feel behind even when you're growing. You might feel unworthy even when you're loved. You might feel stuck even when your life is moving forward. Comparison blinds you to your progress and magnifies your insecurities. It convinces you that your journey is inferior, your pace is wrong, your accomplishments don't count, your joy is insufficient. And the suffering grows because the mind builds entire imagined lives around others. Lives where they're always happy, always successful, always confident, always chosen, always stable. It's not just comparing achievements, it's comparing realities that don't even exist. To break this pattern, the first step is noticing when comparison begins. It often shows up as a drop in mood, a tightening in the chest, or a sudden sense of inadequacy. When you feel that shift, pause and ask, what story am I telling myself about their life? Usually, it's a story injected with assumptions, exaggerations, and projections. Then gently question the narrative. What do I actually know? Most of the time, very little. People share moments, not realities. They show smiles, not struggles. They reveal achievements, not exhaustion. You're comparing yourself to an image, not a full life. It also helps to bring your focus inward. Instead of measuring your worth externally, consider your unique path, your growth, your resilience, your values, your circumstances. Your story is different because your journey is different. No one else has lived your life, carried your experiences, survived your challenges, or learned your lessons. Another powerful shift is practicing gratitude, not as a forced exercise, but as a way to reconnect with what is already good, meaningful, or growing in your own life. Gratitude pulls you out of comparison and brings you back into presence. You can also redefine success in your own terms. Instead of adopting standards handed to you by society, culture, or social media, choose metrics that reflect who you truly are. Progress according to your values creates peace. Progress according to comparison creates suffering. Over time, as you step out of the mental habit of measuring yourself against imagined lives, something beautiful happens. You begin feeling comfortable in your own skin again. You stop punishing yourself for not being someone else. You start appreciating your pace, your growth, your strengths. You see that your life doesn't have to look like someone else's to be meaningful. You stop living under the shadow of imagined perfection. You stop feeling inadequate for not fitting into someone else's narrative. You stop believing that your life is wrong simply because it's different. And in that freedom, you return to the truth the Stoics held dear. Your life is yours, and comparing it to the imagined lives of others only steals the joy that already belongs to you. There's a deep relief that settles in once you stop comparing your life to the imagined perfection of others. When you finally recognize that most comparison is based on illusions, not truth, your heart regains space to appreciate your own path. But in that newfound emotional freedom, another shadow comes into view. one that doesn't come from other people at all. It comes from the stories you tell yourself, quiet stories, familiar stories, often painful stories. This is the realm of internal narratives of doom, when your own mind becomes the author of tragedies that haven't happened, catastrophes that aren't coming, and endings that exist only in your imagination. These narratives don't arrive like lightning. They creep in gently, disguised as concern, realism, self-protection. A small worry becomes a storyline. A moment of uncertainty becomes a plot. A minor setback becomes the opening chapter of a disaster. The mind strings these pieces together like a seasoned storyteller, weaving fear into meaning, tension into certainty, and doubt into inevitable downfall. And because the story is narrated in your own voice, you believe it. This mental storytelling is powerful because the mind doesn't work in raw facts. It works in narratives. It crafts explanations, reasons, arcs, and predictions. But when fear becomes the narrator, the story is always bleak. You tell yourself, if something can go wrong, it will. If I feel unsure, it means danger. If things are good, the other shoe must be ready to drop. If someone is quiet, they must be upset with me. If I don't succeed immediately, I never will. These internal narratives turn neutral moments into emotional threats. They turn uncertainty into doom. They turn growth into failure before you even begin. The mind becomes a villain not because it wants to hurt you, but because it wants to protect you using fear. It believes that predicting disaster will keep you from being blindsided. It believes that spiraling through worst-case scenarios will toughen you emotionally. It believes that assuming the worst is safer than hoping for the best. But these narratives don't shield you. They imprison you. They make your world smaller. They make your confidence weaker. They make your choices narrower. They make your inner life darker than the reality outside you. The Stoics understood how destructive internal stories can be. They taught that the mind itself is often the enemy, not life. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the things that trouble us are not events, but judgments about events. In other words, the story you tell about something hurts more than the thing itself. Internal narratives of doom form patterns. You experience a delay, and your mind writes a story of failure. You experience silence, and your mind writes a story of rejection. You experience discomfort, and your mind writes a story of danger. You experience uncertainty, and your mind writes a story of collapse. And you react emotionally to the story, not the truth. To break these narratives, the first step is recognizing that your mind is telling a story. You'll know it's happening when your thoughts sound dramatic, absolute, or predictive, when you feel dread without reason, when your emotions escalate faster than the situation warrants. In those moments, pause and ask, what is the story my mind is telling? Naming the narrative separates you from it. You become the observer instead of the character trapped inside it. Another powerful question is this happening, or am I projecting? Most narratives of doom are projections, future pain written as if it's already unfolding. You can also bring your attention to the smallest concrete facts, not fears, not assumptions, not interpretations, facts. This grounds you in reality, not storyline. It helps to speak to yourself as a neutral narrator, not the fearful one. A calm narrator says, I don't know yet. This could go many ways. Let's see what's actually unfolding. Fear's narrator only writes one genre, tragedy. Your awakened narrator can write in truth. Another shift is noticing the phrases you use. Doom narratives love extreme language. Always, never, everyone, everything, nothing. These are rarely accurate and almost always emotional exaggerations. You can gently interrupt them by rephrasing, "Sometimes things are difficult, and that's okay. Not everyone is upset. I'm feeling insecure." One moment doesn't define the whole story. Small changes in language create massive changes in perspective. Over time, as you untangle these doom narratives, the mind becomes less dramatic, less catastrophic, less reactive, less threatening. You begin experiencing life more directly, without the dark storyline wrapped around it. You see that setbacks are not omens. Silence is not hostility. Uncertainty is not doom. Mistakes are not catastrophes. And your future is not a script written by fear. The mind stops playing the villain when you stop believing every story it tells. And in that newfound clarity, you begin to write your own narrative, one shaped by presence, truth, and calmness instead of doom. A narrative where you finally feel free to live, not fear. There's a softer exhale that enters your life once you stop letting your mind write tragic stories on your behalf. When you see those internal narratives for what they are, fear clothed as certainty, you reclaim space to breathe, to think, to move with intention instead of panic. But in that calm, something else reveals itself. Another subtle force that pushes you, pressures you, and speeds you up, even when nothing around you is rushing. It's the feeling that something has to happen right now, even when nothing is actually urgent. This is false urgency, the mind's ability to turn internal noise into a sense of immediate danger. It begins with tension, a quick spike in adrenaline, a racing thought. A sudden feeling that you're behind, late, or failing. You feel compelled to act, to fix, to respond, to escape, even though there is no real threat. False urgency is the nervous system mistaking mental chaos for physical danger. The heart beats faster, the breath shortens, the muscles tighten. Your thoughts race so quickly that you confuse speed with importance. Nothing outside of you changed. The world remains calm. But inside, the alarm bells are ringing. This happens because the brain evolved to respond to danger instantly. A rustle in the bushes, a shift in the shadows, a sudden sound. Back then, quick reactions meant survival. Today, the threats are different. Emails, expectations, memories, self-imposed pressure, imagined consequences. But the body responds the same way. It doesn't distinguish between real danger and emotional discomfort. It only reacts, and the reaction is urgency. You feel pressured to make decisions immediately, even if waiting would help. You feel rushed to solve problems, even if nothing is at stake. You feel compelled to resolve emotions, even if they simply need time. You feel driven to respond to others, even if no one demanded anything. You feel forced to do something, even when the smartest move is pausing. False urgency makes your life feel like a crisis when it's really just a moment. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They believed that most suffering comes from confusing internal agitation with external threat. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." He meant that the mind's storms often masquerade as reality, and unless you separate the two, you live as though you're under attack when you're not. False urgency appears in many forms. You get an unclear message, and your mind insists you must respond now. You make a small mistake, and your mind demands you fix everything immediately. You feel anxious, and your mind tells you something must be done, or else. You encounter uncertainty, and your mind wants instant clarity. You feel tension, and your mind interprets it as a threat requiring immediate action. The result is exhaustion, not because life is overwhelming, but because your mind keeps activating emergency mode for ordinary moments. To release false urgency, the first step is recognizing the physical signs. The rush, the tightening, the anxious energy. These reactions tell you the mind has triggered its alarm system. Once you notice the alarm, pause. The pause itself is revolutionary. It teaches your nervous system that not every spike of emotion requires action. In that pause, ask, is something happening right now that demands urgency? 9 times out of 10, the answer is no. Then ask, is this pressure coming from reality or from my mind? Usually, the urgency lives in thought, not in the world. Another powerful shift is giving yourself permission to slow down. Your mind may panic at the idea. It believes slowing down makes you vulnerable. But in truth, slowing down creates clarity. You make better decisions. You communicate more gently. You respond instead of react. You see what is real instead of what is imagined. The Stoics also practiced emotional delay. They didn't trust their first emotional reaction. They knew intensity doesn't equal truth. They waited, breathed, reassessed, and in doing so, the urgency dissolved. You can practice this too by gently telling yourself, this feeling is intense, not important. This is discomfort, not danger. I can wait a moment. I am safe right now. These simple reminders regulate your nervous system. They bring your body back into alignment with reality. Another helpful tool is observing how urgency changes with time. If something is truly urgent, it stays urgent. But false urgency fades quickly. Give the mind 10 seconds. Give it 1 breath. Give it a moment of stillness. You'll see how rapidly the chaos softens. Over time, something shifts inside you. You no longer jump at every alarm your mind rings. You stop treating every thought as an emergency. You stop rushing into action just to quiet discomfort. You stop responding to internal noise as if it were external threat. The world becomes calmer, not because life slowed down, but because you stopped mistaking mental storms for real danger. And in that calm, you gain a strength the frantic mind could never give you, the strength to act with clarity instead of panic, with intention instead of urgency, and with wisdom instead of fear. There's a deep shift that happens once you stop treating every wave of internal tension as an emergency. When you begin recognizing that urgency can come from within, not from life, you reclaim an inner steadiness you didn't know you lost. But as that steadiness grows, another pattern begins revealing itself, one that hides beneath anticipation, caution, and preparation, one that makes you rehearse pain before it ever appears. It's the strange habit of practicing suffering in advance, mentally running through the worst things that could happen as if doing so will somehow protect you. This is self-threat simulation, the mind's tendency to rehearse disaster long before any real danger appears. It usually starts without warning. A tiny concern enters your awareness. A single "what if" crosses your mind. The moment that thought forms, the mind begins building a scenario around it, a detailed, emotionally charged scene where everything goes wrong. Your body reacts instantly. Heart rate rises, stomach drops, muscles tense. Your nervous system can't tell the difference between actual danger and imagined danger, so it prepares you as if the worst-case scenario is unfolding right now. What began as a thought becomes a simulation, and what began as a simulation becomes suffering. Self-threat simulation comes from the part of your brain wired for survival. Its job is to keep you alive, not comfortable. It learned long ago that preparing for danger increases the chance of avoiding it. But the modern world is no longer filled with physical threats. The dangers we face today are often emotional, social, or symbolic. Your brain, however, doesn't know the difference. So it prepares for heartbreak, like it prepares for predators. It prepares for embarrassment, like it prepares for attack. It prepares for uncertainty, like it prepares for disaster. To the brain, emotional pain equals danger, and imagined danger equals real enough to trigger survival mode. The Stoics recognized this ancient instinct. They taught that people often suffer more from the imagination than from reality. They saw how the mind creates rehearsals of fear, trying to spare you from surprise, but causing far more distress than the actual event would.
Self-threat simulation works like this.
You imagine disaster. Your emotions respond. The emotions convince your mind the threat is real. The imagined scenario becomes even more vivid. The fear intensifies. You get stuck in a loop where imagination creates fear, and fear strengthens imagination. This loop shapes your life in countless ways. You turn down opportunities because you've already rehearsed the moment of failure. You avoid relationships because you've already lived through the pain of losing them. You hesitate to speak because you've already felt the weight of imagined judgment. You resist change because you've already endured the emotional discomfort of it going wrong. You stay small because the inner simulations make growth feel dangerous. You practice the worst version of events and then live according to the rehearsal. The mind uses self-threat simulation for reasons that feel protective. It believes that if you prepare for pain, you'll handle it better. It believes that if you expect disappointment, you'll feel less of it. It believes that if you rehearse disaster, you'll prevent it.
But none of these beliefs are true.
Expecting pain doesn't make pain lighter. It makes life heavier. Anticipating disappointment doesn't shield you. It drains hope. Rehearsing disaster doesn't prevent it. It creates emotional exhaustion. To break this pattern, the first step is noticing the moment the simulation begins. You can usually feel it before you see it. The shift in your stomach, the tightening in your chest, the rush of uneasy thoughts. When you sense it, pause, not to fight the thought, but to observe it. Say to yourself, "My mind is running a simulation." This simple acknowledgement disarms the emotional intensity. It turns a threat into a mental event, not a prophecy.
Next, ask, has this actually happened, or am I practicing it? This question cuts through the illusion. It reminds you that imagination is not experience.
Another powerful shift is reconnecting to the present. Self-threat simulations unfold in the future, so grounding yourself in the now disrupts the loop. Feel your breath, notice your surroundings, anchor your attention in what is actually happening. The body reminds the mind, right now, there is no danger. You can also question the usefulness of the simulation. Ask, is this helping me prepare, or is it just hurting me? Almost every time, the answer is clear. It's hurting you. Another strategy is giving the mind an alternative task. When it wants to rehearse disaster, gently redirect it towards something neutral or constructive, not with force, just with guidance. The mind is trainable, but not through war, through consistency. Over time, you begin to experience something powerful. You stop practicing pain that hasn't happened. You stop rehearsing heartbreak that's not real. You stop living inside futures shaped by fear. You stop punishing yourself with simulations designed to protect you. Your emotional energy returns, your nervous system quiets, your mind softens, your life expands, and you realize something the Stoics already knew. Preparation doesn't come from suffering in advance. It comes from presence, clarity, and trust in your ability to meet life when it arrives, not before, not in imagined scenarios, but in the moment where reality unfolds. One breath, one step, one truth at a time. There's a quiet empowerment that arrives when you stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios in your mind. When you see that self-threat simulations do nothing but drain your strength, something inside you becomes steadier, more anchored, more alive in the present. But in that newfound stability, another layer of suffering reveals itself. One that doesn't come from imagining tragedy or replaying fear, but from something far more subtle, the overwhelming weight of endless possibilities. This is the burden of possibility, the stress created by an infinite stream of what if? Thoughts that never seem to end. It begins innocently, a single moment of uncertainty, a small decision, a new opportunity, a quiet moment without clear direction. And suddenly, your mind expands in every direction at once, not downward into catastrophe like before, but outward into countless possibilities, each one demanding attention, energy, and emotional response. What if this decision changes everything? What if I choose the wrong path? What if there's a better option I haven't thought of yet? What if something unexpected happens? What if I regret this later? What if staying still is a mistake? But what if moving forward is too? You're not imagining disaster, you're drowning in options. The stress doesn't come from fear alone. It comes from having too many possible futures your mind feels responsible for evaluating. The modern world amplifies this burden. We live with more choices than any generation before us. More career paths, more relationships, more information, more opportunities, more directions, more pressure to choose wisely. But the human mind wasn't built to handle infinite pathways. It was built for clarity, simplicity, and direct action. When faced with too many possibilities, something inside you freezes. Not because you're incapable, but because your brain is trying to mentally live out every future before it happens. Instead of making one decision, you experience the emotional weight of 100 potential outcomes. No wonder you feel overwhelmed. The Stoics understood this problem even without modern complexity. They believed that the mind becomes distressed when it wanders into possibilities instead of focusing on the present moment. Epictetus reminded his followers that anxiety comes not from the situation itself, but from the stories we create about what might happen. The burden of possibility shows up in many parts of life. You hesitate to start something because you're evaluating every future outcome at once. You feel paralyzed by decisions others would consider simple. You fear missed opportunities, even while standing in one. You constantly wonder if there's a better choice, a safer choice, a right choice. You live in a state of mental overexpansion, your thoughts reaching in every direction except the one you're standing in. You're not suffering from a lack of options. You're suffering from having too many. To ease this burden, the first step is bringing your mind back from the infinite into the immediate. Ask yourself, what is the very next small step? Not the final decision, not the entire path, just the next step. This shrinks the mental landscape from overwhelming to manageable. Another powerful practice is distinguishing between possibilities and probabilities. The mind treats all outcomes equally, but not all futures have the same likelihood. Gently reminding yourself, just because something is possible does not mean it is probable, helps your nervous system settle. Most stressful what-ifs are technically possible, but deeply unlikely. It also helps to remember that clarity is often a result of action, not a requirement before it. Movement reveals direction. Stillness reveals nothing. You can give yourself permission to choose, knowing that no single choice determines your entire life. The burden of possibility shrinks when you allow yourself to learn, adjust, redirect, and revise along the way. Another helpful question is, does this possibility deserve my emotional energy? Not all what-ifs are worth stress. Some are noise, some are imagination, some are distractions disguised as responsibility. Shrink your mental world to what is real, tangible, and actionable. The Stoics practiced this exact skill, returning their attention to what is within their control and releasing everything else. When you adopt this mindset, the pressure of infinite futures dissolves into something far simpler. One moment, one step, one choice at a time. As you move through life with this clarity, the infinite becomes less threatening. The future stops feeling like a maze with a single correct exit. Options stop feeling like dangers, and choices stop feeling like tests you cannot afford to fail. The burden of possibility lifts, not because your life becomes smaller, but because your mind stops trying to live every potential future at once. And in that newfound ease, you rediscover something essential. The present moment is the only place where life actually happens, and it's the only place where peace can finally take root. There's a quiet confidence that grows when you stop drowning in endless possibilities. When you finally pull your mind out of the infinite and bring it back into the immediate, life feels steadier, more grounded, more breathable. But as that mental expansion settles, another deeply human pattern appears, one that doesn't pull you outward into too many futures, but zooms inward, magnifying the smallest discomforts until they feel unbearable. It's the mind's tendency to inflate minor issues into emotional emergencies. This is emotional inflation, the silent habit of mentally upgrading small problems into full-blown crises. It begins with something ordinary, a small inconvenience, a minor disappointment, a simple misunderstanding, a moment of discomfort, a task that feels slightly bigger than you expected. In reality, it's manageable, but the mind doesn't treat it that way. Instead of letting the moment stay small, the mind enlarges it. It adds layers of meaning, fear, urgency, and imagined consequences. The problem grows in your head long before anything grows in the world. A simple mistake becomes proof you're failing. A short text becomes confirmation someone is upset. A delay becomes a disaster. A comment becomes rejection. A challenge becomes a crisis. Nothing external justifies the intensity you feel, but your nervous system reacts as if something serious is happening. Emotional inflation is not dramatic. It's subtle. It slips beneath your awareness. It feels normal because your body responds quickly and intensely. But the size of the emotion rarely matches the size of the situation. The Stoics saw this clearly. They taught that suffering often comes from the mind magnifying events rather than observing them. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views they take of them." Meaning, the problem is rarely the problem. It's the emotional upgrade your mind applies to it. Why do small things feel so big? Because the brain evolved to prioritize threat. It scans constantly for danger, even when none exists. When it can't find genuine threats, it may treat small inconveniences as if they're major ones, simply to stay alert and prepared. And if your past is filled with stress, unpredictability, criticism, or fear. Your mind adapts to assume danger everywhere. Minor problems become mental codes for old wounds. Small inconveniences become triggers for big reactions. Emotional inflation is often the body responding to history, not the moment. This pattern shows up in many forms. You spill something and suddenly feel overwhelmed. You receive unclear feedback and immediately question your worth. You have too many small tasks and feel like you're drowning. You face a tiny setback and feel a rush of panic. You make a mistake and feel like everything is falling apart. These reactions feel rational in the moment, but they're not about the moment. They're about accumulated tension, stored expectations, and the nervous system's habit of interpreting discomfort as danger. To dissolve emotional inflation, the first step is recognizing when a minor event is creating a major emotional response. That's your signal. The emotion doesn't match the situation. You might feel your heart racing, your thoughts speeding up, your body tightening, all while nothing catastrophic has happened. When you notice this mismatch, pause. You're catching the inflation in real time. Then ask yourself gently, how big is this problem in reality, not in my mind? Most of the time, the answer is small, temporary, fixable. This question shrinks the problem back to its true size. Another powerful practice is grounding your attention in the present. Inflation thrives on mental projection, imagining consequences, interpreting meanings, predicting outcomes. But when you return to sensation, your breath, your hands, your surroundings, the emotional intensity softens. Your body remembers, right now, I am safe. And safety shrinks emotional inflation. A helpful shift is to check your inner dialogue. Emotional inflation often uses dramatic language. This is awful. I can't handle this. Everything is going wrong. This ruins everything. When you gently revise the language, your nervous system calms. This is inconvenient, not catastrophic. This is uncomfortable, but I can manage it. This is a moment, not my whole life. Words shape emotion. Another key tool is breaking the situation into tiny steps. When you see a problem as one massive thing, the mind reacts as if it's too much. But when you split it into manageable parts, it loses its power. Small problems remain small when handled in small pieces. It also helps to remember that your emotional reaction is valid, but not authoritative. Your feelings tell you how activated your nervous system is. They do not tell you how serious the situation is. Over time, as you practice seeing events as they are, not as emotional exaggerations, you regain control over your inner world. You stop panicking over things that don't deserve panic. You stop letting minor moments steal your peace. You stop believing that every disturbance is a disaster. You start responding to life instead of reacting to mental pressure. And something beautiful begins to happen. Life feels lighter. Not because problems disappear, but because they stay the size they actually are. You stop upgrading discomfort into danger. You stop turning small moments into crises. You stop living with emotional magnification that drains your strength. You finally experience life at its true scale and discover that most of it is easier, calmer, and gentler than your inflamed emotions ever allowed you to believe. There's a noticeable ease that enters your life when you stop inflating small problems into emotional emergencies. When you learn to keep challenges in their true size, not the size your nervous system assigns them, something inside you relaxes. But in that newfound calm, another subtle form of suffering steps into the light. one that isn't born from mistakes or crises, but from the imagined demands of other people. It's the silent pressure you feel when you believe others expect more from you than they actually do.
This is vicarious pressure, the tendency to carry imagined standards, unspoken judgments, and invisible expectations that exist only in your mind. It begins with a familiar tension, a slight tightening in the chest, a sense of being watched, a feeling that you must perform, prove, or deliver something extraordinary.
No one said these expectations out loud. No one placed them on your shoulders. No one demanded perfection, achievement, or flawless behavior. But your mind assumed it. Vicarious pressure forms from the stories you tell about what others want. It's not based on truth. It's based on interpretation, projection, and insecurity. You tell yourself, they expect me to excel. They expect me to be calm, capable, consistent. They expect me to always get it right. They expect me to never struggle. They expect me to carry more than I can handle. These thoughts feel responsible, even noble. You want to meet people's needs. You want to live up to the role you imagine they see in you. But slowly, vicarious pressure becomes a quiet form of self-punishment. You push yourself harder than necessary. You overthink interactions. You suppress your needs to appear dependable. You take on responsibilities no one asked you to carry. You judge yourself through the lens of expectations that don't actually exist. And you suffer not from what people expect, but from what you think they expect. The Stoics recognized this pattern long ago. They taught that humans suffer more from their assumptions about others than from other people's opinions themselves. We aren't weighed down by actual demands. We're weighed down by imagined ones. Vicarious pressure grows in environments where you've learned to equate worth with performance. Maybe you grew up with high-achieving parents. Maybe you learned that love comes after excellence. Maybe you were praised only when you delivered results. Maybe you were criticized for being imperfect. Maybe you became the responsible one, the strong one, the capable one. Over time, your mind internalized a silent rule. I must meet expectations, even when they aren't real. The result is chronic self-pressure that others aren't aware of. You try to impress people who aren't judging you. You try to protect people who didn't ask for protection. You try to anticipate needs that no one actually expressed. You try to meet standards that no one else cares about. You live for an audience that isn't watching. Vicarious pressure shows up in countless ways. You assume your partner expects you to stay strong, even when they'd prefer your honesty. You assume your friends expect you to always be the emotional anchor, even when they don't. You assume your boss expects perfection, even when they accept learning curves. You assume strangers judge your appearance, even when they barely notice. You assume society expects you to reach milestones on a specific timeline, even though no universal timeline exists. You create internal tension based on expectations you've never verified. To dissolve this suffering, the first step is catching the moment you feel pressured. Ask yourself, who told me this? If the answer is no one, you're dealing with imagined expectations. The next question is, what do I truly know about what this person expects? Most of the time, very little. Your pressure is coming from assumption, not communication. Another powerful practice is separating duty from self-imposed burden. Duty is real responsibility. Burden is imagined obligation. If someone hasn't expressed a need, you don't have to fill it. You can also begin questioning the belief that you must constantly deliver, impress, or perform. Ask, would the people who care about me want me to suffer like this? Almost always, the answer is no. Another tool is practicing open communication. When you're unsure about expectations, ask directly. You'll often discover the pressure you feel is far greater than anything others intended. A transformational shift happens when you learn to disappoint imaginary expectations. Not real ones, imaginary ones. This means letting go of the need to be perfect in other people's eyes, especially when those perfection standards exist only in your mind. Over time, as you release vicarious pressure, life becomes gentler. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying invisible demands. You feel more authentic because you stop performing. You feel more connected because relationships become real, not imagined exchanges of expectation. You feel more stable because your worth is no longer tied to an imagined audience. You no longer live under the weight of people you've invented in your head. You begin living for yourself, not for the unseen judges your mind once believed were watching. And in that freedom, your life finally feels like your own again. There's a deeper steadiness that forms when you finally release the imagined expectations you thought everyone had of you. When you stop carrying invisible demands, your body softens, your breath deepens, and you move through the world with a little more freedom. But in that new spaciousness, another pattern begins to reveal itself, one rooted not in what you think others want from you, but in what you think you are capable of.
It's the quiet belief that you are too fragile to face life as it is.
This is the illusion of fragility, the habit of imagining yourself weaker, more breakable, and less resilient than reality has ever proven you to be.
It doesn't show up dramatically. It slips in gently, like a whisper. I can't handle this. This will overwhelm me. I'm not strong enough. Other people could do this, but not me. This situation will crush me.
These thoughts don't always feel like fear. They feel like conclusions. You don't question them because they sound familiar, believable, and safe. The illusion of fragility isn't about actual weakness. It's about perceived weakness. And perception, especially when shaped by fear, can become more convincing than truth. This mental habit often begins with old wounds, moments where you felt powerless, times when you weren't supported, experiences that overwhelmed you when you were younger, smaller, less equipped. The mind freezes those memories and uses them as a template for adulthood, even though you've grown past them. So, when life brings challenges, the mind quietly reactivates that old story. You can't handle hard things, even when history has shown otherwise. The Stoics understood this disconnect. They believed most people underestimate their own strength while overestimating their fragility. They saw that the mind convinces you you're breakable long before reality tests you. Marcus Aurelius wrote that conditions are never unbearable, only our perception of them. The illusion of fragility shapes your life in subtle and painful ways. You avoid new experiences because you think they'll overwhelm you. You stay in comfort zones that no longer support your growth. You soften your voice because you fear conflict. You stop yourself from making decisions because you think you'll crumble if you're wrong. You say, I can't, even when you've handled similar things before. You over-prepare for challenges because you don't trust your own endurance. Life becomes something you tiptoe through, not because it's dangerous, but because you underestimate your own resilience. The truth is this: you are stronger than your fears allow you to believe. You've already survived situations you once thought you couldn't. You've endured heartbreak, uncertainty, pressure, setbacks, loss, confusion, fear. And yet you're here, breathing, learning, expanding. Reality has proven your strength again and again. Only your mind hasn't caught up. To dissolve the illusion of fragility, The first step is noticing when your thoughts shrink your sense of capability. When you say, "I can't," ask yourself, is this based on evidence or on fear? Most of the time, it's fear. The next step is grounding yourself in your lived experience. Recall moments when you surprised yourself with your endurance. Moments when you handled more than you expected. Moments when you grew in the middle of difficulty. These memories become proof the mind can't dismiss. Another powerful shift is reminding yourself that strength isn't the absence of fear. It's the endurance to move despite it. Courage isn't calmness. It's choosing action even with shaky hands. You don't need to feel ready to be capable. You just need to take the next small step. It also helps to differentiate vulnerability from fragility. Being vulnerable means open, human, honest. Being fragile means breakable. Those are not the same. Most people confuse the two and assume that feeling vulnerable means being weak. But vulnerability is strength wearing transparency. Fragility is strength hidden under fear. Another important practice is facing small discomforts intentionally. Each time you step into something mildly challenging, a conversation you've been avoiding, a task that intimidates you, a decision you've postponed, you retrain your brain. You show it through experience that you can handle more than it assumed. Your nervous system learns resilience through exposure, not avoidance, and gradually, a shift happens. You no longer view yourself as breakable. You stop underestimating your capacity. You stop imagining collapse where there is only challenge. You stop treating normal stress as personal failure. You stop believing old stories that never reflected your true strength. You begin to see yourself as you actually are, not fragile, but capable. Not breakable, but adaptable. Not weak, but wise. Not overwhelmed by reality, but continually shaped by it. And with this recognition, life feels less threatening. Challenges feel less catastrophic. Uncertainty feels less like a trap. Growth feels possible because you no longer assume you'll break in the process. The illusion of fragility fades when you stop looking at yourself through the eyes of who you once were, and start seeing yourself through the strength of who you've become. There's a quiet empowerment that arrives when you stop seeing yourself as fragile. When you finally recognize your own resilience and not the outdated stories your mind clings to, something within you strengthens. You begin walking through the world with more trust in your ability to endure. But as that inner steadiness grows, another subtle mental habit steps forward, one that's been operating below awareness for years. It's the instinct to exaggerate everything the moment a feeling appears. This is the mental exaggeration reflex, the brain's automatic tendency to take a small signal and turn it into something big, dramatic, urgent, or emotionally charged. It shows up fast, almost instantly, before logic has a chance to speak. You feel a minor discomfort, and the mind upgrades it into a problem. You sense a slight shift in someone's tone, and the mind interprets it as conflict. You make a tiny mistake, and the mind labels it as failure. You feel a little tension, and the mind warns of catastrophe. The exaggeration happens so quickly that you assume it's accurate. But it isn't accuracy. It's amplification. This reflex evolved for survival. A rustle in the bushes was quickly exaggerated into a possible predator because noticing the worst-case scenario kept you alive. The mind learned to inflate signs of danger so you would act fast. But today, the threats are different. Subtle, emotional, social, and yet the same ancient reflex kicks in. A single, uneasy feeling becomes a full-blown emotional interpretation. A simple worry becomes a looming disaster. A moment of uncertainty becomes a life crisis. The brain magnifies because magnification once meant safety. The Stoics understood this tendency long before neuroscience did. They taught that people are harmed more by their exaggerated interpretations than by the events themselves. Seneca wrote that we are more often frightened than hurt, pointing directly at this reflex. The mental exaggeration reflex works in three main ways. It enlarges emotional discomfort. A small feeling becomes an overwhelming one simply because the mind amplifies it. It magnifies perceived threats. Anything unclear becomes dangerous. Anything unfamiliar becomes urgent. Anything imperfect becomes disastrous. It intensifies self-judgment. A minor slip becomes a narrative about your character. A moment of doubt becomes an identity. One unproductive day becomes, I'm failing at life. This reflex doesn't wait for evidence. It reacts to sensations. It treats every whisper as a warning. Because of this, your emotional life becomes heavier than necessary. You walk around responding to amplified versions of events instead of the events themselves. You become exhausted, not by reality, but by the way your mind inflates it. You've experienced this reflex many times. You get one unexpected email and feel sudden dread. You sense someone is quiet and assume something is wrong. You look at your to-do list and feel overwhelmed before starting. You face a small challenge and immediately feel not enough. You encounter an unknown situation and feel panic instead of curiosity. Nothing external justified the intensity. The exaggeration reflex did. To soften this pattern, the first step is recognizing the moment exaggeration begins. It often shows up as a sudden emotional spike, stronger than the situation deserves. That surge is your cue. The mind is enlarging something. Pause, not to analyze, not to judge, just to interrupt the reflex. In that pause, ask, what is the real size of this issue? Not the size it feels like, the size it actually is. This question shrinks inflated problems back to their true scale. Another grounding technique is returning to sensory awareness. When your attention shifts to your breath, your body, your surroundings, the mind loses some of its power to inflate. The present moment is always smaller than the imagined one. You can also test the interpretation by asking, what evidence do I have that this is as big as my mind makes it? Almost always, exaggeration dissolves under scrutiny. It helps to shift from catastrophic language to accurate language. Instead of, this is awful, say, this is uncomfortable. Instead of, everything is going wrong, say, something needs attention. Instead of, I can't do this, say, this is challenging but manageable. Language changes the emotional intensity because exaggeration often hides inside words. Another powerful practice is reminding yourself that feelings are amplifiers, not indicators of scale. A big feeling does not mean a big problem. It means a big reaction. The Stoics trained themselves to respond to reality rather than reflex. You can do the same by gently separating sensation from interpretation. Over time, something transformative happens. You stop believing every surge of emotion. You stop treating every problem as enormous. You stop reacting to magnified fears instead of actual events. You stop living as if everything requires maximum alertness. Life becomes gentler, not because your world changes, but because your mind stops inflating it. You begin to trust your ability to handle discomfort. You begin to see challenges more accurately. You begin to move forward without the weight of unnecessary intensity. You begin to experience situations as they are, not as your reflex magnifies them. And in that clarity, the mind becomes less dramatic, less overwhelming, less reactive. You regain ownership of your emotional landscape. Finally free from the magnifying glass your brain once held over every moment of your life. There's a deep clarity that settles in once you stop letting your mind blow everything out of proportion. When you learn to catch that reflex, the one that magnifies small moments into massive ones, you finally begin seeing life without the dramatic filters your mind once imposed. But as that clarity strengthens, another quiet burden rises into awareness, one that doesn't come from fear, threat, or exaggeration, but from a misplaced sense of duty that weighs on the heart. It's the belief that you must carry more responsibility than a single human is meant to hold. This is unrealistic moral responsibility, the tendency to imagine you are responsible for saving everyone, fixing everything, and preventing every possible harm. It begins softly, a desire to help, a wish to protect, a fear of disappointing people, a quiet voice that says, if I don't step in, something bad might happen. If someone suffers, it's because I failed. You don't realize how heavy this thinking becomes until your body feels the weight of problems that were never yours to solve. This mental pattern doesn't arise from arrogance. It arises from care. But care without boundaries becomes a burden, and a burden without limits becomes self-erasure. The mind convinces you that your moral obligations extend far beyond your actual role. You start assuming responsibility for people's feelings, decisions, mistakes, safety, comfort, happiness, and healing. You believe that if others are struggling, you must step in. If someone makes a wrong choice, you should have prevented it. If someone feels upset, you must fix the situation. You treat yourself as if you are the emotional guardian of the world. The Stoics understood this internal distortion well. They believed that one of the greatest sources of suffering is confusing what belongs to you with what belongs to others. Your choices belong to you. Their choices belong to them. Your emotions belong to you. Their emotions belong to them. When you mix these up, you end up living inside a sense of moral responsibility that no human can sustain. Unrealistic moral responsibility appears in many forms. You feel guilty when others are unhappy, even if you did nothing wrong. You blame yourself for problems that others created. You feel obligated to solve conflicts you didn't cause. You worry constantly that your actions might upset someone. You say yes when you're exhausted because you fear letting people down. You take on emotional labor others never asked you to do. You become the strong one, the fixer, the one who can handle everything, even when you can't. You become the person who quietly holds everything together at the expense of your own peace. This happens for many reasons. Maybe you grew up in an environment where you had to anticipate other people's moods. Maybe you learned that your value comes from being needed. Maybe you were praised for being responsible, mature, reliable, selfless. Maybe you had no choice but to take on too much, and now it feels like your identity. But that identity comes with exhaustion, because deep down, it's built on a lie. If I don't hold everything together, it will fall apart. If I don't help, no one will. If something goes wrong, it's because of me. The truth is simpler, softer, and more human. Your responsibility has limits. You are not the world's rescuer. You are not the emotional parent of every person you meet. You are not responsible for outcomes you cannot control. To dissolve this burden, the first step is catching the moment guilt appears without cause. Notice the subtle tightening when someone else is upset. Notice the urge to fix something instantly. Notice the anxiety when you think someone might be disappointed. These signals tell you your mind has slipped into unrealistic responsibility.
When you feel that pressure, pause and ask, is this truly mine to carry? Often the answer is no.
The next step is identifying what is actually within your control. Your words, your actions, your boundaries, your intentions, your kindness. Everything else, other people's reactions, emotions, decisions, growth, belongs to them. Another helpful shift is reminding yourself that allowing others to struggle doesn't make you unkind. It makes you respectful, respectful of their autonomy, respectful of their ability to learn, respectful of the fact that adversity often teaches what comfort cannot. You can support someone without rescuing them. You can care without sacrificing yourself. You can help without carrying the entire weight. One powerful practice is releasing the belief that you must prevent all pain. Pain is part of the human experience. It shapes, deepens, and strengthens people. If you shield everyone from difficulty, you rob them of resilience. The Stoics taught that each person must walk their own path. You may walk beside them, but you cannot walk for them. Another important truth is this: most people don't expect you to save them. The pressure comes from your own mind, not from their demands. As you begin dismantling unrealistic moral responsibility, something profound happens. You stop apologizing for things you didn't do. You stop carrying emotional loads that don't belong to you. You stop defining yourself by how well you protect others. You stop breaking yourself to keep others whole. You stop assuming that your refusal to fix something equals failure. You feel lighter because you're finally carrying only what is yours. You feel clearer because you're responding to reality, not imagined duty. You feel freer because you realize your role in the world is to contribute, not to shoulder everything.
And for the first time in a long time, you get to be human. Not a savior, not a shield, not a caretaker for all, just a person doing your best within limits, with love and boundaries guiding you.
There's a profound relief that rises when you finally release the belief that you're responsible for saving everyone. When you stop carrying burdens that were never yours to begin with, a lightness returns to your life. You start moving through the world with more freedom, more honesty, more authenticity. But in that newfound spaciousness, another subtle form of self-inflicted suffering becomes visible, one that unfolds entirely in the privacy of your own mind.
It's the emotional pain you feel from conversations that never actually happened.
This is suffering from imagined dialogues, the habit of creating internal scripts, arguments, confrontations, judgments, and criticisms that exist only in your thoughts, yet hurt as if they were real. It begins quietly, a small concern, an uncertain interaction, a moment where you didn't know what someone meant, a tone that felt off, a silence you didn't understand.
Your mind fills in the gaps, not with truth, but with fear.
You replay the moment. You analyze expressions. You mentally rewrite your response. You rehearse arguments no one asked you to have. You craft explanations, defenses, apologies, accusations. You imagine what they really meant, what they really think, how they would respond. None of it has happened. But your body reacts as if it has. Your heart races. Your chest tightens. You feel embarrassed, angry, ashamed, nervous over something that exists entirely in imagination. The mind loves to create conversations because it hates uncertainty. If someone is quiet, you imagine they're upset. If someone seems distant, you imagine you did something wrong. If someone doesn't reply, you imagine you're being rejected. If someone gives a short answer, you imagine they're judging you. The mind fills silence with fear. It fills ambiguity with self-criticism. It fills uncertainty with confrontation. It builds internal dialogues that never unfold in reality. The Stoics understood this mental habit deeply. They warned that the mind becomes its own source of torment when it creates interpretations without evidence. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." But for many people, the obstacle is not another person. It's the imagined conversation with that person. Suffering from imagined dialogues takes many forms. You rehearse defending yourself against accusations no one made. You craft perfect responses for arguments that never existed. You prepare apologies for mistakes you never committed. You get angry or hurt by words someone never said. You create entire conflicts with people who are unaware a problem even exists. You feel the pain of a story your mind wrote and performed entirely on its own. This habit forms because it gives the illusion of control. By mentally preparing, you think you're protecting yourself. By rehearsing, you think you're preventing pain. By anticipating conflict, you think you're staying ready. But imagined conversations do not protect you. They exhaust you. They drain your peace. They make you suffer for interactions that haven't occurred, and often never will. To dissolve this pattern, the first step is catching the moment your mind starts constructing a dialogue. Notice when you're talking to someone who isn't there. Notice when you're responding to messages that were never sent. Notice when your emotions spike because of thoughts, not events. In that moment, pause and ask, has this conversation actually happened, or am I imagining it? This question separates you from the illusion immediately. The next step is grounding yourself in reality. What did the person actually say? What did the interaction actually contain? What evidence do you have beyond your interpretation? Most imagined conversations fall apart under the weight of actual facts. Another powerful practice is replacing speculation with curiosity. Instead of assuming, ask, clarify, check in, communicate. Most conflicts dissolve the moment you replace imagination with direct conversation. It's also important to challenge the belief that you must mentally rehearse everything. You don't have to be perfectly prepared for every interaction. You don't need a rehearsed response to be safe. You don't need to anticipate every word someone might say. Humans communicate best when they are present, not pre-scripted. Another helpful shift is reminding yourself that you cannot predict another person's inner world. Imagining their thoughts does not give you insight, it gives you anxiety. Imagining their reactions does not make you stronger, it makes you scared. Imagining their judgments does not protect you, it traps you. You are not responsible for predicting their script. You are responsible only for your own. Over time, as you release imaginary dialogues, something beautiful happens. You stop feeling exhausted by interactions that never occurred. You stop carrying emotional pain caused by fictional conversations. You stop rehearsing fear. You start trusting your real communication. You begin speaking more honestly because you're no longer prejudging yourself. You become calmer, clearer, and more grounded around others. And gradually, you realize something powerful. Most of the conflict you feared wasn't real. Most of the judgment you imagined didn't exist. Most of the pain you felt came from thoughts, not people. You finally stop suffering from conversations that never happened, and start living fully in the ones that do. There's a deep breath your spirit takes once you stop suffering over imagined conversations. When you realize how many of your wounds were created in silence, inside your own mind, not in the world, you free yourself from emotional battles that were never yours to fight. But as that mental noise fades, something else steps forward. Another habit, subtle yet powerful, that shapes your emotional life without your consent. It's the tendency to pay emotionally for moments you haven't even lived. This is emotional time debt, the quiet draining of your energy, peace, and stability, because your mind insists on feeling today what only belongs to tomorrow. It starts with anticipation, not excitement, but tension, not hope, but strain. A future event rises in your awareness, a conversation you need to have, a task you must complete, a possibility you can't control, a moment that hasn't happened. And instead of letting that moment stay where it belongs, in the future, your mind pulls the emotional cost into the present. You begin paying interest on an experience that hasn't arrived. You feel anxiety for a meeting that's days away. You feel dread for a decision you haven't made. You feel discomfort for an outcome you haven't lived. You feel guilt for mistakes you haven't committed. You feel grief for losses that haven't occurred. You feel fatigue from a challenge you haven't even started. Your mind takes tomorrow's emotions and charges them to today's energy. This habit forms because the brain hates uncertainty. It wants to break every unknown into something familiar, even if that familiarity is fear. And so it pulls future possibilities into the present, making you feel as though you're already living them. But emotional time debt has a cost. Your nervous system becomes exhausted. Your resilience gets drained before you even need it. Your days feel heavier than they should. Your nights feel restless because the mind is trying to prepare. You feel overwhelmed, not by life, but by imagined life. The Stoics understood this problem well. They believed most of our suffering comes from living in moments that aren't happening. Epictetus warned against pre-grieving and pre-fearing, because those emotions weaken you long before you face the real moment, if you even face it at all. Emotional time debt creates a gap between your internal world and your external reality. Outside, everything is manageable. Inside, everything feels urgent. Outside, nothing is demanding your energy. Inside, you're being drained by anticipation. Outside, the moment hasn't arrived. Inside, you've already paid for it, emotionally, mentally, physically. This pattern becomes especially painful when the anticipated event is neutral or positive. You prepare emotionally for stress in situations that don't require it. You anticipate emotional discomfort in moments that may go smoothly. You brace for disappointment when there might be joy. Emotional time debt convinces you that suffering now will make things easier later, but it doesn't. It only steals peace from the present without adding strength to the future. To break this pattern, the first step is noticing when you're feeling emotions that don't match your current moment. Ask yourself, is this actually happening right now, or am I feeling it early? This simple question exposes the illusion. You see that the tension doesn't come from the moment. It comes from anticipation. The next step is gently returning your focus to the present. When the mind tries to leap forward, bring it back to what's in front of you. Your breath, your body, your surroundings, the actual task at hand, the literal concrete reality. Emotional time debt only thrives when the mind roams ahead. It dissolves when you anchor yourself to the now. Another powerful practice is teaching the mind that preparation doesn't require suffering. You can think ahead without feeling ahead. You can plan without panicking. You can be aware of future situations without emotionally living them in advance. The Stoics used a simple principle: face only the present burden. Anything more is unnecessary weight. You can use this too by asking, what can I handle right now? Only this moment. Tomorrow will arrive with its own energy. You don't need to carry both days at once. Another helpful shift is recognizing that emotional strength is not built by draining yourself early. It's built by trusting that you will meet each moment with the capacity you have when you're actually in it. Your future self will be stronger than your present self imagines. Your future self deserves a chance to face challenges with fresh energy, not leftovers. Over time, as you stop paying for tomorrow with today's peace, something changes inside you. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying emotional weight prematurely. You feel calmer because your nervous system isn't in constant anticipation mode. You feel more present because you're not living multiple days at once. You feel more capable because you meet challenges with energy, not exhaustion. You feel more grounded because your emotions finally match your reality. You begin living only the life that's actually happening, not the countless imagined versions your mind once insisted you must experience first. The burden of emotional time debt lifts, and in that freedom you rediscover something simple and profound. You only ever need to live one day at a time. And the moment you stop suffering for days you haven't reached, you reclaim the peace that was always meant for today. There's a deep quiet that enters your life when you stop paying for the future with the emotions of today. When you finally recognize emotional time debt for what it is, a drain, not a preparation, you reclaim a level of calm that feels almost unfamiliar. But as that calm settles, another subtle pattern rises into awareness, a pattern that feels tender, heartbreaking, and deeply human. It's the quiet sorrow you feel over things that haven't even happened, the ache of mourning losses that aren't losses at all. This is projected loss, the emotional habit of grieving futures that haven't unfolded, outcomes that haven't occurred, and endings that exist only in your imagination. It begins with love, with connection, with care, with attachment, with holding something or someone deeply in your heart. And because you care, the mind begins trying to prepare you for the pain of losing what you love. A pet grows older, and you feel the sting of their absence years before they're gone. A relationship becomes meaningful, and you feel the ache of heartbreak before anything cracks. Life feels stable, and you feel the dread of it slipping away. You have a moment of happiness, and the mind whispers, "This won't last." A loved one travels, and the mind imagines tragedy that never comes. Your heart mourns something the world hasn't taken from you. Projected loss often comes from the deepest parts of the psyche, the part that knows how fragile life can be. The mind tries to protect you by rehearsing grief, believing that suffering early will make the real thing easier, but it won't. It never does. Grieving in advance only steals the sweetness of the present. It takes away joy before joy is over. It takes away peace before peace has passed. It takes away connection while connection is still here. It makes you feel the ache of emptiness while your hands are still full. The Stoics understood this form of suffering intimately. They did not deny the impermanence of life. Far from it. They acknowledged it, but they warned against letting the fear of loss sneak into moments of love. Marcus Aurelius wrote that you must not disturb yourself with thoughts of what might befall, because suffering today for a loss that hasn't occurred robs you of the moments life is offering now. Projected loss turns love into fear. It turns presence into pre-grief. It turns memory-making into bracing for impact. And without realizing it, you begin living halfway, 1 foot in the now, 1 foot in the imagined moment when everything disappears. This internal mourning shows up in many ways. You pull away from people you love because you fear losing them. You hesitate to commit because you fear the eventual ending. You feel sadness during happy moments because you're imagining their expiration date. You stop enjoying things that matter because you're already grieving their absence. You brace your heart so tightly that joy cannot enter fully. You feel the ache of farewells that haven't happened. Why does this happen? Because your nervous system learned that loss hurts. Because your heart remembers the times you were blindsided. Because your mind assumes that preparing for pain will lower its intensity. Because you believe vulnerability is dangerous. Because you love deeply and fear deeply too. But projected loss doesn't protect you from heartbreak. It duplicates heartbreak. You live through the pain twice, once in imagination and once in reality, if reality ever brings it. To break this pattern, the first step is recognizing when sadness rises without cause. Ask yourself gently, is this loss real or imagined? Your body will often respond before your mind does. Real loss has weight. Imagined loss has anxiety, tension, anticipatory sorrow. The next step is grounding yourself in what is still here. Who is still here? What is still whole? What is still present? Bring your attention to the actual connection, not the imagined ending. Let your heart touch the reality, not the fear. Another powerful practice is replacing pre-grief with gratitude. Not forced gratitude, quiet gratitude. The kind that says, I am lucky to feel something I don't want to lose. Gratitude dissolves projected loss because it centers you on the gift, not the fear of losing it. The Stoics also encouraged remembering that everything precious in life is borrowed, not owned. This isn't meant to create fear, it's meant to deepen appreciation. When you accept impermanence not as a threat, but as a natural truth, you stop trying to grieve life before it happens and start living it while it's here. Another helpful shift is allowing yourself to receive joy without bracing for its end. When the mind whispers, "This won't last," you can respond, "That's why I'm fully here now." This transforms fear into presence. Over time, as you practice letting life exist without forcing it into imagined endings, something profound happens. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying sorrow prematurely. You feel closer to the people you love because your heart stops pulling away in self-protection. You feel more alive because joy is no longer overshadowed by fear. You feel more grounded because you stop grieving futures that haven't arrived. You become someone who can love deeply without mourning constantly. Someone who can cherish without clinging. Someone who can feel joy without fearing its expiration. Someone who can live fully in the presence of impermanence. Projected loss dissolves when you stop grieving life in advance and start trusting yourself to handle whatever comes, when it comes, not before. There's a softer warmth that settles inside you when you finally stop grieving what hasn't been lost. When the heart stops pre-living sorrow, something opens, space for joy, space for presence, space for a quieter kind of courage. But as that emotional space expands, another familiar pattern steps forward, a pattern that feels old, repetitive, exhausting, yet strangely persistent.
It's the mind's habit of replaying the same fears again and again, even when nothing in your life justifies them anymore.
This is the overplayed fear script, the brain's tendency to recycle old worries long after the threat has passed. It doesn't feel dramatic, it feels automatic. A thought you've had 1,000 times before, a worry that feels like muscle memory, an anxiety that arrives with no trigger at all. The mind whispers the same lines on loop. What if something goes wrong? What if I fail again? What if people judge me? What if I can't handle it? These fears feel familiar not because they're true, but because they've been repeated. Just like a song you've heard too many times, the brain keeps playing the same track, even when you're tired of listening. This overplayed script forms for a simple reason. The brain prioritizes what is familiar over what is true. If you worried about something repeatedly in the past, the brain assumes it must be important. It builds pathways around that fear. It strengthens the neural pattern. It turns an old concern into a default reaction. Your brain isn't trying to torment you, it's trying to keep you safe by reusing previous warnings. It believes that if a worry came up often, it must still matter. It doesn't recognize that life has moved on. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience. They observed how the mind clings to fear because fear once served as protection. They warned that unless you become aware of your mental habits, you will continue to react to old threats even when the present is completely different.
The overplayed fear script shows up in many ways.
You fear rejection, even though the people around you are supportive. You fear failure, even though you're more capable than ever. You fear abandonment, even though your relationships are stable. You fear danger in situations that are safe. You fear judgment in rooms where no one is judging you. Your emotional reactions belong to a past version of you, not the present one.
This script becomes especially loud in quiet moments. When you're tired, when you're alone, when you're making decisions, when your mind has space to wander.
It fills the silence with old warnings because it has nothing new to say. Breaking this pattern doesn't mean eliminating fear. It means recognizing fear's age. The first step is noticing when a worry feels familiar. A recycled fear has a certain texture. It feels repetitive, predictable, worn out. When you sense that familiarity, pause and ask, is this fear current or is it an echo? Most of the time, it's an echo. The next step is grounding yourself in evidence. Look at your life now, your skills now, your circumstances now, your relationships now. Ask, does this fear match my current reality? Often, the answer is no. You're responding to a script written years ago, a script your mind never updated. Another powerful shift is acknowledging the original purpose of the fear. It once tried to protect you from pain. It once served a function. It once helped you survive something difficult. Thank it. Not sarcastically, gently. Letting the mind feel understood softens its defensiveness.
Then remind it, we're not there anymore.
This small sentence can rewire entire emotional patterns over time. It also helps to rewrite the script consciously. When the mind plays its old lines, offer new ones. I've handled things I once feared. My past fear doesn't define my current ability. This situation is different from the one that hurt me. I know more now. I am more now. The brain learns through repetition. Replace the old script often enough, and the new script feels natural. Another powerful practice is catching the fear early, at the first whisper, not the full spiral. The earlier you intervene, the weaker the script becomes. Interrupt the loop. Shift attention. Ground your senses. Breathe deeply. Return to the present. Fear struggles to survive in a grounded mind. Over time, something beautiful happens. The old script becomes easier to recognize. The fear loses its authority. Your nervous system quiets faster. Your mind becomes less reactive and more observant. You spend less time battling ghosts from the past and more time living what's real. And slowly, the overplayed fear script fades into background noise. Still there, still familiar, still whispering occasionally, but no longer running your life. You stop acting from old wounds. You stop fearing outdated threats. You stop responding to life with yesterday's fears. Instead, you begin responding with the strength, clarity, and maturity of who you've become, not who you once were. And in that shift, your inner world becomes a far more honest, peaceful, and grounded place to live. There's a steady quiet that forms inside you when you finally see how many of your fears are just old echoes, outdated warnings, playing in a present that no longer matches them. When you stop letting recycled worries run your life, the mind gains space it hasn't had in years. But in that new clarity, another subtle pattern steps into view, one that disguises itself as caution, yet feels like shame before anything has even happened. It's the sting of embarrassment you experience before a moment unfolds. This is anticipatory embarrassment, the habit of feeling humiliated in advance, rehearsing shame long before life gives you any reason to feel it. It starts with a simple invitation to be seen, a conversation you might have, a task you might attempt, a room you might walk into, a situation where someone might notice you. Before you step into the moment, your mind leaps ahead and whispers, "You're going to embarrass yourself. You'll say something wrong. People will stare. You'll look foolish. You'll do it badly." And that imagined humiliation hits your nervous system with real force. Your face warms, your stomach tightens, your thoughts speed up. Your body reacts to a failure that hasn't occurred. You feel the shame first, before anything happens, before anyone sees you, before the moment even begins. Anticipatory embarrassment is not about humiliation itself, it's about the fear of becoming humiliating. It's a way your mind attempts to avoid social pain. It rehearses the sting, hoping it can prevent you from ever experiencing it in reality. But instead of protection, this creates internal punishment. The Stoics understood this tendency well. They believed the mind suffers most from anticipated disturbances, emotional reactions created not by life, but by imagination. They warned that when you fear shame ahead of time, you make yourself a prisoner of an event that hasn't happened. This pattern often develops in people who once felt exposed, criticized, mocked, or unsupported. The child who was laughed at learns to expect laughter. The teen who was judged learns to anticipate judgment. The adult who was shamed learns to pre-shame themselves so others can't beat them to it. The mind thinks embarrassment is inevitable, so it feels it early. This anticipatory humiliation shows up in countless situations. You avoid sharing your ideas because you already feel the embarrassment of them being dismissed. You hesitate to try something new because you pre-feel the shame of not being perfect. You overthink what to say because you pre-live the awkwardness of saying it wrong. You avoid social events because you pre-experience the sting of being judged. You doubt your appearance because you pre-feel the imagined mockery. You silence yourself because you pre-suffer the humiliation of being misunderstood. You endure emotional pain for moments that haven't even happened. And the tragedy is this: the anticipatory shame itself keeps you small, not the world. To soften this pattern, The first step is recognizing when embarrassment appears before an event. When your stomach drops even though nothing has happened. When your mind rushes ahead into imagined humiliation. When your emotions spike without cause. In that moment, pause and ask, has anyone actually criticized me? Or am I predicting it? Most of the time, there is no real threat. Only memory, only fear, only projection. The next step is grounding yourself in truth. What is actually happening right now? Not what your mind imagines, not the worst-case scenario, not your old wounds, just the present moment. Often, the moment is neutral, calm, harmless, undramatic. Your imagination is what makes it painful. Another helpful shift is separating being seen from being judged. The mind often conflates the two, but they're not the same. Being seen is exposure. Being judged is interpretation. You can experience one without the other. You can also gently challenge the inner critic. What if nothing humiliating happens? What if people don't care as much as I think they do? What if I handle it well? What if embarrassment is survivable? Sometimes the fear isn't humiliation itself. It's the belief that you wouldn't recover from it.
The Stoics offered a powerful reframe. Embarrassment cannot destroy you unless you decide it does. It is a sensation, not a sentence.
Another tool is reminding yourself that everyone is far more focused on themselves than on you. People are thinking about their own worries, insecurities, hopes, and pressures. Your imagined humiliation exists in your mind, not theirs. And perhaps the most transformative step is allowing yourself to feel imperfect, to stumble, to make awkward jokes, to say the wrong thing, to mispronounce a word, to be human. When you stop treating embarrassment as catastrophic, the fear loses its grip. Over time, as you stop pre-feeling shame, something shifts inside you. You start showing up more fully because you're no longer rehearsing humiliation. You speak more freely because you're not busy predicting awkwardness. You try new things because you're not bracing for embarrassment. You connect more deeply because you're not fearing exposure. You trust yourself more because you stop assuming you'll fall apart. And gradually, you realize the truth the Stoics knew well.
Shame imagined is heavier than shame lived. And most of the shame you feared was never waiting for you in the first place. You can let go of anticipatory embarrassment, not by becoming perfect, but by letting yourself be real.
There's a softer strength that grows inside you when you stop pre-living embarrassment that may never happen. When you no longer punish yourself for imagined mistakes or phantom awkward moments, something inside finally loosens. Life begins to feel less adversarial, less threatening, less personal. But in that new clarity, another pattern steps out of the shadows, one that has been shaping your emotional world for years without you noticing. It's the tendency of your own mind to stir conflict where none exists. This is the drama of the mind, the quiet, constant creation of inner arguments, imaginary confrontations, exaggerated meanings, and emotional battles that unfold entirely in your own head. It doesn't begin with chaos. It begins with a tiny spark, a misunderstood comment, a tone you weren't sure about, an expression you couldn't read, a silence you interpreted as something more. And from that spark, the mind starts building a story. They must be upset with me. They probably think I'm wrong. That look meant something. This is going to turn into an issue. I should be prepared to defend myself. One thought becomes a narrative. The narrative becomes emotion. The emotion becomes tension. And soon you're living in a conflict that never happened. You feel stressed about a conversation the other person didn't think twice about. You feel hurt by words no one said. You feel angry at problems that exist only in your interpretation. You feel defensive toward people who aren't attacking you. You suffer, not because life is dramatic, but because the mind is. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw that the human mind has a tendency to complicate simple situations by adding layers of interpretation, suspicion, and emotional weight. What could be resolved in a moment becomes a mental saga. What could be forgotten becomes a storyline. What could be clarified becomes a conflict. Your inner dialogue becomes the scriptwriter, director, and cast of a drama that exists entirely in thought. This internal conflict shows up in many subtle forms. You assume negative intent without evidence. You replay someone's words until they sound cruel. You assign motives to behavior that was neutral. You prepare arguments no one asked for. You feel resentment for conversations the other person never had with you. You create narratives about people based on your own fears, not their actions. The mind loves to fill in the blanks, and it rarely fills them with kindness. It fills them with fear, with insecurity, with old wounds, with past experiences, with assumptions shaped by moments that no longer apply. Your inner world becomes a stage for conflict. Conflict between you and imaginary versions of other people. Conflict between you and your own expectations. Conflict between who you think you should be and who you truly are. This drama drains your energy, damages relationships, and distorts reality. Not because people are difficult, but because your thoughts are noisy. To soften this pattern, the first step is noticing when your mind starts telling a story instead of presenting a fact. When you catch yourself narrating someone else's intentions, pause and ask, what did they actually do? And what am I imagining? This question separates reality from interpretation. The next step is grounding yourself in the simplest possible version of events. Most human interactions are neutral. Most people are preoccupied with their own lives. Most discomforts come from misunderstanding, not malice. You can remind yourself, my mind is adding meaning that may not exist. This is a story, not evidence. I don't know what they're thinking, and I don't have to. Another transformative practice is choosing curiosity instead of conclusion. Instead of assuming motives, you leave space for multiple possibilities. Maybe they're tired, maybe they're distracted, maybe they're stressed. Maybe it has nothing to do with you at all. Curiosity softens conflict. Assumption intensifies it. It also helps to recognize when your mind is replaying patterns learned long ago. Sometimes you're not reacting to the present person. You're reacting to someone from your past. A voice that hurt you, a tone that scared you, a dynamic that shaped you. Your mind uses old scripts even when the current moment doesn't call for them. Bringing this into awareness breaks the spell. You can say, this feeling is familiar, but this situation is new. Finally, practice internal de-escalation, not by suppressing thoughts, but by offering gentler interpretations. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they didn't mean it that way. Maybe this isn't worth turning into a story. These simple reframes prevent your thoughts from turning into mental battles. Over time, as you interrupt the drama, something shifts. You stop reacting to imagined conflict. You stop defending yourself against thoughts that aren't true. You stop creating emotional suffering out of neutral moments. Your relationships become clearer, calmer, and more honest. Your internal world becomes quieter. Your energy returns. Your mind stops making everything personal, complicated, or threatening. Life becomes much easier when you stop fighting battles that exist only in your head. You start seeing people as they are, not as characters in an inner drama. You start responding to reality, not to imagination. You start communicating instead of assuming. You start feeling peace where there once was tension. And gradually, you realize something life-changing. Most of the conflict you've endured was never real. It was written by your mind, and you always had the power to let the story end. There's a deep peace that arrives when you finally quiet the inner drama, the constant mental battles, imagined offenses, and invented conflicts that once consumed you. When your mind stops casting you and everyone else in roles you never agreed to play, you begin to experience life more directly, more softly, more truthfully. But in that clarity, another subtle pattern becomes visible, one that doesn't just shape how you see the world, but how you see yourself. It's the identity you build, not from your actions, but from your imagination. This is imagination-based identity, the tendency to define who you are based on thoughts, fears, insecurities, predictions, and mental stories, rather than on what you actually do, live, or embody. It begins quietly. You have a thought, I'm not good enough, I'm awkward, I'm weak, I'm unlovable, I'm always messing things up. And instead of treating the thought as a passing mental event, you fuse with it. You accept it as truth. You treat it as identity. You become what your mind imagines, not what your life reveals. The mind makes a claim, and you begin to live as though the claim is your personality, not because it's accurate, but because it's familiar. This happens because thoughts feel intimate. They appear inside your mind, in your voice, with your memories, using your language. That familiarity makes them seem factual, even when they're nothing more than old fears dressed as certainty. The Stoics warned about this centuries ago. They believed that the true self is revealed through action, character, virtue, and choice, not through the random thoughts that drift through the mind. They taught that thoughts are impressions, not identity. But when you don't recognize that difference, your imagination becomes your mirror. You start believing you are your doubts. You start confusing fear with truth. You start interpreting insecurity as self-knowledge. You start treating negative thoughts like accurate self-descriptions. This creates a painful disconnect between who you believe you are and who you've actually proven yourself to be. Consider the gap. Your actions show resilience, yet your thoughts call you weak. Your relationships show connection, yet your thoughts call you unworthy. Your history shows perseverance, yet your thoughts call you incapable. Your kindness shows generosity, yet your thoughts call you inadequate. Your growth shows strength, yet your thoughts call you fragile. Your life contradicts the identity your imagination tries to assign you. This imagination-based identity shapes your choices, relationships, and opportunities. It affects how you speak, how you love, how you show up, how you dream. You might not apply for something because your imagined identity tells you you're unqualified. You might stay silent in rooms where you belong because your imagined identity calls you insignificant. You might remain in situations beneath your worth because your imagined identity says it's all you deserve. You might sabotage opportunities because your imagined identity insists you'll fail anyway. You live inside a self-story that has nothing to do with your lived reality. To break this pattern, the first step is recognizing that thoughts are not identity. They are mental weather. They shift. They fluctuate. They pass. Identity is built through choices, not through imagination. The next step is questioning the source of your self-beliefs. Ask yourself gently, who taught me to see myself this way? Where did this identity come from? Is this a memory or a truth? Is this an opinion or a fact? Most imagination-based identities come from old experiences, not from present reality. They come from childhood, from trauma, from rejection, from criticism, from years when you didn't yet know your strength. Once you recognize this, you can begin untangling the false identity from the real one. Another powerful shift is grounding yourself in evidence, your actual lived history. What have you survived? What have you built? What have you learned? What have you endured? What have you done that contradicts your imagined identity? Your life contains proof, your thoughts do not. The Stoics encouraged acting according to your values, not your emotions. When your actions reflect courage, compassion, discipline, honesty, or perseverance, even in small ways, your identity begins to shift naturally. Identity grows from behavior repeated, not fear repeated. Another helpful practice is responding to self-critical thoughts, not with belief, but with neutrality. There goes that thought again. This simple sentence keeps you from merging with the imagination. It reminds you that you are the observer, not the thought. Over time, as you stop treating thoughts as reflections of self, something profound happens. You stop shrinking to fit the limits your mind invented. You stop defining yourself by moments of insecurity. You stop confusing fear with destiny. You stop believing mental narratives written during your most vulnerable years. You begin defining yourself by what you do, not what you imagine. By who you choose to be, not who the mind fears you are. By your actions, not by your internal commentary. And in that shift, a more authentic identity emerges, one grounded in reality, in resilience, in growth, and in truth. You stop living as the character your imagination created. You start living as the person you've actually become, stronger, wiser, far more capable than your thoughts have ever admitted. There's a quiet awakening that happens when you stop seeing yourself through the lens of imagined flaws. When you finally unhook your identity from the thoughts that once defined you, a freedom opens, soft, steady, and deeply grounding. But in that new honesty, another pattern reveals itself, one that doesn't come from fear or from imagination, or even from old insecurity, but from the silent rules you've lived by without ever realizing you inherited them. It's the suffering you feel when you punish yourself for failing standards you never consciously agreed to. This is unrealistic self-punishment, the habit of holding yourself accountable to expectations, rules, roles, and ideals that were handed to you by culture, family, society, or your younger self, and believing you must suffer every time you fall short. It begins subtly. You feel guilty for resting, ashamed for needing help, frustrated for not performing perfectly, embarrassed for being human, overwhelmed when you can't carry everything alone. Nothing catastrophic happened, yet you feel like you've done something wrong. Why? Because somewhere along the way you learned silent rules like, I must always be strong, I must never disappoint anyone, I must be productive to be valuable, I must know what I'm doing at all times, I must stay composed, I must always give more than I receive, I must never show weakness, I must always handle things alone. These rules feel like moral obligations, but they aren't moral at all. They're inherited scripts. You didn't choose them, you absorbed them, and now you punish yourself as if breaking them is a crime. This is how unrealistic self-punishment takes root. You fail to meet an invisible standard. You feel shame. You interpret shame as proof of unworthiness. You punish yourself with guilt, pressure, and self-criticism. The cycle reinforces itself. And you end up suffering not because your actions were wrong, but because your standards were unrealistic. The Stoics recognized this pattern centuries ago. They believed that self-judgment becomes harmful when it is based on expectations that ignore human nature. To them, true virtue wasn't about perfection. It was about effort, intention, and alignment with your values. Punishing yourself excessively was a sign not of morality, but of misunderstanding. Unrealistic self-punishment shows up in countless ways. You berate yourself for mistakes everyone else would forgive. You feel guilty for taking breaks, even when you're exhausted. You judge yourself harshly for not knowing something immediately. You criticize yourself for emotions you can't control. You expect yourself to be endlessly patient, endlessly capable, endlessly compassionate. And when you fall short, you respond with internal punishment instead of understanding. Your inner voice becomes the strict parent you never asked for, the unforgiving teacher you never needed, the judge who finds you guilty no matter the evidence. To break this cycle, the first step is identifying the standards you're punishing yourself for. Ask gently, whose rule is this? Who told you failure meant you were flawed? Who taught you that rest is laziness? Who implied that needing help equals weakness? Who convinced you that making mistakes makes you unworthy? Once you identify the source, something shifts. You realize these rules came from environments that shaped you, not from your own truth. The next step is asking, is this standard humane? Would you expect it from a friend? Would you expect it from your child? Would you expect it from anyone you love? If not, then it was never meant for you. Another powerful shift is separating behavior from identity. You made a mistake does not mean you are a mistake. You didn't meet a standard does not mean you're inadequate. You struggled does not mean you're weak. This separation dissolves the emotional violence of self-punishment. The Stoics practiced self-reflection, not self-attack. They analyzed their actions at night, not to shame themselves, but to learn, adjust, and grow. You can adopt the same approach. No self-cutting, no harshness, no catastrophizing, just clarity, compassion, and course correction. Another transformative practice is granting yourself permission to be human. Not perfect, not flawless, not endlessly strong, just human, fallible, growing, learning. When your expectations become more humane, your suffering decreases naturally. Over time, as you soften these unrealistic standards, something beautiful happens. You stop walking through life feeling wrong for simply being yourself. You stop punishing yourself for things that never deserved punishment. You stop feeling like you're failing a test no one else is grading. You stop believing that your worth depends on performance. You start healing from expectations that were never yours. And slowly, a new inner voice emerges. One that corrects without condemning, guides without shaming, encourages without pressuring, and forgives without hesitation. You become someone who grows, not someone who self-destructs. Someone who strives with intention, not with self-hatred. Someone who holds themselves accountable without holding themselves hostage. This is the beginning of true freedom. The moment you stop suffering under standards you never chose and start living by the values you consciously embrace. There's a subtle liberation that unfolds when you stop punishing yourself for standards you never chose. When you finally loosen the grip of those inherited rules, those silent demands you carried for years, your inner world becomes kinder, softer, more humane. But in that gentler space, another layer of mental suffering becomes visible, one that doesn't come from what you expect of yourself, but from what you think others expect of you. It's the weight of being watched, evaluated, measured, even when no one is looking. This is the realm of invisible judgments, the habit of imagining how others see you without any real evidence. It starts with the smallest shift of awareness, someone's glance, someone's silence, someone's neutral expression, or even nothing at all, just your own mind filling in the blanks. And suddenly, you're convinced you know what they're thinking. They must think I'm awkward. They probably think I'm not good enough. They must be judging me. They're noticing how anxious I look. They're disappointed. They're laughing inside. None of these thoughts are anchored in reality. They're anchored in fear. Invisible judgments happen when your mind projects your insecurities onto other people's faces. Not because those people have said or done anything, but because your mind is using them as a mirror for your own self-doubt. The Stoics understood this phenomenon long before psychology named it. They taught that humans often suffer more from imagined opinions than from real ones. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "It's not what they think, but what you think they think." That line captures the entire problem. Invisible judgments shape your confidence, your decisions, your presence in the world. You shrink, you overthink, you perform instead of exist. Not because others are evaluating you, but because your mind is evaluating itself and attributing that evaluation to the people around you. This pattern shows up in everyday life. You avoid eye contact because you assume someone is scrutinizing you. You hold back your opinions because you imagine others think you're wrong. You over-explain because you assume others misunderstand you. You try to appear put together because you imagine others expect perfection. You replay conversations because you imagine people noticed your flaws. You feel anxious entering a room because you imagine everyone is silently assessing you. But here's the truth most people don't realize. Most people aren't thinking about you at all. They're thinking about themselves, their insecurities, their worries, their pressures, their own internal narrative. Everyone is far too busy wondering how they are being perceived to obsess about you. Invisible judgments are usually just your mind hearing its own fears in someone else's silence. To break this pattern, the first step is noticing when you start reading minds. The moment you assume you know what someone thinks of you, pause and ask, what actual evidence do I have? Usually the answer is none. The next step is grounding yourself in observable truth. What did they actually say? What did they actually do? How did they actually react? Most of your internal assumptions dissolve under real-world clarity. Another powerful practice is flipping the perspective. Think of a time you briefly noticed someone in passing. Did you spend hours analyzing their appearance, their tone, their behavior? Probably not. So why assume others are analyzing you? This helps reframe one of the most painful distortions of the mind, the belief that you are constantly on trial in the eyes of others. You're not. No one is the center of everyone else's universe. It also helps to remind yourself that others' opinions, real or imagined, don't define you. Your character does. Your actions do. Your integrity does. Your values do, not the silent predictions your mind creates. Another transformational shift is choosing curiosity rather than self-blame. Instead of thinking, they must think I'm odd, you can wonder, maybe they're tired, maybe they're distracted, maybe they're shy, maybe they're dealing with something personal, maybe it has nothing to do with me at all. Curiosity opens space. Assumption closes it. And perhaps the most liberating truth of all, even if someone were judging you, their judgment isn't your identity. It isn't a fact. It isn't a sentence. It's a passing thought in someone else's mind, a place you don't have to live. Over time, as you loosen the grip of invisible judgments, something shifts inside you. You stop shrinking because you stop imagining disapproval everywhere. You stop hiding because you stop believing you're constantly observed. You stop performing because you stop believing you're being evaluated. You start speaking more freely. You start moving more confidently. You start living more authentically.
And slowly, you discover something profound.
The world was never judging you as harshly as your mind was. It wasn't even paying that much attention. Invisible judgments lose their power the moment you realize they weren't real. They were reflections of your own fears. And when the fear dissolves, you finally step into life as yourself, not as the version you worried everyone else might be watching. There's a quiet liberation that settles over you when you finally stop believing you're living under everyone's gaze. When the weight of imagined judgment lifts, your inner world expands. You breathe more freely. You move with more honesty. You show up without armor. But in that spaciousness, something else becomes visible. Something that has been shaping your choices and shrinking your life long before you ever realized it. It's the invisible boundaries you place around yourself, limits that don't come from reality, but from thought. These are thought-made walls, the internal barriers you assume are solid, immovable, and real, even though they exist only in your mind. They begin as subtle conclusions, often formed in moments of vulnerability. I can't do that. I'm not that type of person. People like me don't get those opportunities. I'm not capable of that much growth. I'll never succeed at something like this. This is just who I am. These thoughts don't come with proof. They come with familiarity. Over time, you stop questioning them. They become quiet truths, unexamined, unchallenged, untested, yet deeply believed. And tiny belief by tiny belief, a mental cage forms around your life. These thought-made walls aren't physical. They don't block your path. They don't prevent opportunities. They don't exist in the world. Yet they feel real because you've lived inside them for so long. They shape what you try, what you dream of, what you risk, what you allow yourself to pursue. They determine who you think you're allowed to be. They influence which doors you approach and which you ignore. They restrict the version of life you believe is for you. The Stoics understood these walls well. Epictetus taught that our limitations come not from the world, but from the conclusions we've formed about ourselves. To them, true freedom meant dismantling the beliefs that shrink the soul, not changing external conditions. Thought-made walls come from many places. A comment someone made years ago, a mistake you haven't forgiven yourself for, a failure that felt final, a comparison that left a scar, a childhood environment that limited your sense of possibility, a fear dressed up as logic, a comfort zone disguised as self-awareness, an identity rooted in outdated stories. These walls often show up like this. You assume you can't learn something before trying. You decide you're unqualified without applying. You believe you're not creative without experimenting. You tell yourself you're bad at relationships because of one painful memory. You call yourself incapable because you're afraid of discomfort. You restrict your dreams because you think you're not the kind of person who achieves them. You stop at walls that never existed. To dismantle these mental barriers, the first step is recognizing them. Noticing when you talk yourself out of something before life has a chance to test you. Pay attention to the sentences that begin with, I can't, I'm not, I never, I'll always, that's impossible for me. These phrases often indicate a thought-made limit, not an actual one. The next step is questioning the belief. Ask yourself, who taught me this? Where did this idea come from? Do I have real evidence, or is this fear pretending to be truth? Most walls collapse under curiosity. Another powerful practice is testing the edges of the limit, not by conquering the entire wall at once, but by gently pressing on one small section. Apply for something small, try something tiny, speak up once, take one step instead of 10, do something imperfectly but sincerely.
The mind expects the wall to be solid, but the moment you push it, even lightly, you realize it has no foundation. The Stoics also taught that character is revealed through action, not through thought. If you want to know your real limits, let your behavior inform you, not your fear.
Over time, you begin to see how many of your constraints were never yours. The ceiling you thought was real dissolves. The path you thought was closed opens. The opportunities you thought weren't for you become available. The identity you thought was fixed begins to expand. The boundaries you thought were unbreakable crumble.
As the thought-made walls fall, something remarkable happens.
You feel more capable because you stop underestimating yourself. You feel more free because self-limiting narratives lose their authority. You feel more alive because life no longer feels pre-written. You feel more courageous because every "I can't" turns into "maybe I can." And "maybe I can" is a doorway disguised as a whisper. Eventually, you realize something profound. Most of the limits you've lived by were never real. They were beliefs, inherited, old, unquestioned, but never absolute. And when those walls dissolve, your life doesn't just expand, you expand.